Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to every single one of you, no matter where you're tuning in from around the world, because we have a really cool international crowd that jump on our streams. It's the afternoon for me at the moment. I'm streaming from the UK, but I know that there's some guys that tune in from like crazy places in the world. So super appreciated, and welcome back to the channel, guys. With me, Free Tip Scout. We are going to be kicking off today's stream by drawing 14 winners who are going to win a card, a Sorare card each. We gave away 25 Sorare cards yesterday, and the plan was to give 39 away as part of like my birthday celebrations, but we didn't get round to giving 39 away live on the stream yesterday. So we gave 25 away live on the stream yesterday, and then I ran like a continued giveaway over on Twitter where I said we'll give the remaining 14 away there. So we're about to do it now. We're going to draw the 14 winners, and then those 14 winners are going to win a card each. Let me say hello to you guys as well. Yeah, if you haven't received a card yet, Shyla, because it was my birthday yesterday. After the stream, I had a lot to do in the evening, so nobody's received a card yet because I haven't got round to really kind of responding to the messages and sending it, but I'll be doing it today, man. So just just give me a bit more time and I'll send it to you today, man. All good. Hello to Al Bipper. Hello to you, man. Hello also to Loco. Hello to Noisy Steve. Good to see Noisy Steve back in here. Pappy Escobar. Good to see you back in here as well, man. So hello to you. Sailor Man. Hello to you as well, and thank you for the birthday wishes. And Ryan Beckers. Still happy birthday, mate. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the birthday wishes, guys. I had a really good day. The stream that we done was super fun yesterday. So if you missed it, you can find the full streams. Every time I stream, they're always automatically uploaded to my Twitch channel and also to my YouTube channel. So we do simultaneously stream now to both Twitch and YouTube. So maybe you're tuning in from YouTube. If not, if you're tuning in on Twitch, but you'd prefer to tune in on YouTube, then you can do either or, right? We string to both channels now, and they're always uploaded. So as soon as I finish a stream, you can catch the full thing on both of those platforms there. Hello also to Quim, to Neoclis. Hello also to Arthur Nice as well. Lovely to see all you guys back in here. So thank you for jumping in. Let's before we start talking about rivals and we start doing lineups and everything like that for like the upcoming weekend on Sorare, let's actually crack on with the giveaway, right? So if you missed it, you've literally got about a minute to get involved in this before we draw it live. The actual giveaway tweet is this one here. Yeah, if you're not following me on Twitter, then make sure that you do. If you are following me on Twitter, then this is the tweet that you need to get involved in. I'll just drop my link for Twitter in case any of you guys are new. I'll just drop my link for Twitter. There you go. That's my Twitter page there. So make sure that you're following me, guys, that you never miss good conversations, good discussions, and talking points about the game Sorare or Pooky, or just football in general. And then make sure also that you have that bell notification turned on so that you never miss when I drop an announcement or I do a new giveaway, because sometimes I do them randomly. And then, you know, you don't have you basically don't miss then your chance to win some prizes for free. Right. Thank you also to Hazoj. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I really don't. But happy birthday, FTS, he says. Thank you so much, man. And yeah, I really appreciate all the great birthday wishes. You guys that were on the stream yesterday, it was so fun. So thank you for making it a really cool like birthday for me as well. So yeah, 14 we're going to give away now. A big response for this one. Let's copy the link because this is the tweet that we need. And then we're going to go over to Twitter Picker. So we're going to use this tool, which is really popular, and it's really good. We're going to load in the tweet there. Okay, there we go. Tweet's loaded in. Now, what we need to do is we need to put 14. We've never done 14 on Twitter Picker. So this is kind of like going to be a first for me. Oh, it only allows us to do 10? Oh my God. See, there you go. This is the first time I've ever done it. It only allows you to do 10. So we'll do the first 10, and then afterwards we'll do like 4. Like afterwards, and we'll just make sure that there's no duplicates or anything. That's a bit crappy, no? That it can only handle 10. Look, it doesn't go above 10. Wow. Okay, you learn something every day. So yeah, 10. Now you don't need to be following me for this one. Usually you do, but for this pure giveaway, it was just retweet and like that tweet. Of course, if you want to follow me, that'd be great, but you don't have to really for this particular giveaway. Let's press continue. Right. So it's loading in all of the people that have taken part in the giveaway here. And then let's go continue. Okay. Right. We're going to draw 10 because we can't, unfortunately, draw 14. And then once we've drawn the 10, we're then going to, in fact, let's just load the tweet in again so that we can just do 10 and then immediately we can do the 4. So let's load the other tweet in as well. Let's do 4 this time. And then let's go to continue. Ever loading retweets? Why? Oh my God. Okay. This isn't going as smooth as I hoped it would, but we will do the 10 for sure. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Right. Okay. We'll come back to this in a minute. Let's do the 10 first of all. Right. So 10 we're going to draw, and then hopefully we can draw the remaining 4. So good luck, guys, in the draw. Thank you so much again to everyone that supports the channel, that jumps on the streams, that retweets the content that I do on Twitter as well, and just generally spreads the good word, which allows us to keep growing and keep doing some really cool stuff. So, yeah, 10 winners here who are going to win 10 limited cards. Let's find out who they are. Where's the drum roll? We need a drum roll for this, don't we? Let's get a drum roll. Here we go. Create the draw. Create the draw. Ooh, interesting. Here we go. So we have our 10 winners of the 14. We have to draw another 4 after this. But the first 10 winners are, and let me take a screenshot actually before I mess this up and maybe exit out of the screen. Okay, so our 10 winners are Hugfra, who I know on Twitter, Yono, P. Nev Quotes, Sorare Maxwell, Tom Sorare, Viking9, Edward, and then just like loads of numbers after that, Cameron, Sorare, Karub, and then Sengis, It's Mitli. Those are the first 10 winners who have all won themselves a limited card as part of my birthday giveaway from yesterday. So congratulations to every single one of them. Well done. You've won a card. I'll be dropping you guys a message after this stream so that you can claim the card. Hello also to Twitch Gaming. How was your evening yesterday? It was pretty cool, man. Nice and chilled. I'd done exactly what I said I was going to do. I had this like really cool, I had fajitas. I just really fancied like, I haven't had fajitas in so long. And so I was like, okay, what am I going to have like for my birthday, like dinner? And I was like, okay, let's do some like proper good fajitas. So it was like nice fajitas, like chicken and steak combined in it. And then just like loads of wraps. And it was really cool, man. And then after that, had a birthday cake, as you do. And then, yeah, I said yesterday that I just really wanted to just almost do nothing and just play some video games, right? And so, do you know what I'd done? Because I'm old, I went on to like the Xbox Game Pass, right? I went on the Xbox Game Pass, and I played. I wanted to have a bit of a trip down memory lane when I was a lot younger, and I was playing the Xbox a lot, and I basically started to play the first ever Gears of War, which I haven't played in like, I don't know, about 15 years or something, whenever it came out. So I was just playing like the original Gears of War, and it was bringing back some good memories. So it was good, man. I really enjoyed it. And then, yeah, of course, I played some Marvel Snap as well. And we're going to be doing that tonight. So it was good, man. Nice and chilled, good food. Yeah, really, really good day. Really good day. Thank you also to Keeper Top Shot and Jamal Lama 786 for the follow. Welcome in to the channel, guys. I really appreciate it. Right, we have our first 10 winners, so that's fine. We need to draw like 4 more. So let's see if this tool is going to behave again. Let's do another, let's copy it in again, right? Copy the link, okay? And then load it. Yeah, we were getting this really funny, like, error loading the retweets, right? Which I don't really get. We've saved this already. Let me take another screen just to make sure. We have saved this already, though. So what I might do is I might refresh entirely, come off the website. I'm not sure why it's not. Maybe we need to close this one down as well. Now, okay, then come out of this here. Then go back into it. Go to pick up. Okay. Go back in. Okay, cool. This is the one. And then let's try it again. I want to just be able to just draw, you know, like, never seen that message before. So I want to just be able to draw the remaining 4. And then we're going to be golden. Load the tweet. There we go. Look, it's working. It must have been because we had the tweet kind of like loaded and still active on the second tab. So it was probably like getting confused, thinking I can't do it like twice whilst I've already done a draw. So fair enough. All right, then we put 4 in here. And then we say you don't need to have a picture or anything. And then press continue. Okay, press continue. Right, cool. So now we're going to draw the remaining 4. And then we've drawn 14 winners for this giveaway. So, again, good luck, guys. Thank you again for all the incredible support. If you like what I'm doing, if you enjoy the content, if you like all the giveaways that we're doing, then feel free to subscribe to the channel. You can subscribe to the channel completely for free with Amazon Prime. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, if you have an Amazon Prime sub, then you can just, like, you get a free sub. A lot of people don't know that, but you get a free subscription every month to a Twitch channel of your choice. So you could choose this channel if you wanted to, if you really enjoy it, and then it's cost you nothing. And then what it allows you to do is it allows you to get access to our Discord channel. It allows you to earn more free Tip Scout Fund coupons, which is kind of like it's like a reward scheme that I run on the channel. So when you get more of these free Tip Scout Fund coupons by being a sub, you can basically collect them. And if you collect 75,000, for example, I will buy you a card of your choice live on the stream, which is pretty cool, right? And also there's a really good benefit as well that if you're a sub, you have a chance to win cards in daily giveaways that we do every time I go live. So this was like a special giveaway because it was my birthday. But if you want to be part of more regular giveaways, then being a sub allows you to do that, because we can do giveaways then pretty much every day. So let's get this drawn, and then we can move on to the main content for today. So here we go. Drum roll again. And the remaining winners are Sorare NL058, Sorare Michael, Raz Matrax, and then Viking 9. And I don't think any of those are a duplicate. But what I'm going to do really quickly is I am just going to check it, because I did take those screenshots right there. Let me just quickly check it to make sure that we don't have any duplicates there at all. We do have a duplicate. Viking 9, funny enough, his name was drawn. Yeah, Viking, you guys are right. Viking 9, wow, look at that. How incredible is that? Viking 9, if you're watching, it might be time for you to go and buy a lottery ticket because your luck is in. Although, unfortunately, you're a little bit unlucky here because your name was drawn like twice. So, unfortunately, you don't win 2 cards. You only win 1. Everyone else, I think, was fine. Let me just have a little look. Sorare NL. Sorare NL was not drawn. And then Sorare Michael. Yeah, Sorare Michael wasn't in there originally. Razmatrax definitely wasn't. Otherwise, I would have remembered that name. But yeah, Viking was. So this is the draw goes on. So we have like another. We have another draw to do, but we've got that draw to do for just one more person, one more winner. So again, congratulations to the winners of Sorare NL058, Sorare Michael, Razmatrax, and then Viking 9, although technically Viking 9's already won. So we're going to be redrawing for Viking 9. So let's do it again. Let's make sure that I have taken a screen of that. I think I have. There we go. And then let's redo it. Yeah, I know. The odds of that happening are so low, right? Incredible. Do you know how Sorare Rivals works? Bit confused about that game mode. I do know how it works. It's basically a stripped down version, a watered down version of the normal game mode. So it's the usual pick 5 players for a lineup, pick a captain, and then enter them basically into lineups. And then you're basically you're going up against other people directly. So it's not too dissimilar from the main game mode. It just cuts out a lot of the complication. There's also like a tactics part to it as well, which is, it kind of explains it in the game, where you can kind of try and pick a tactic that will give you a boost to your scoring. But largely, it's just exactly the same version of Sorare Pro, but it's like a light version, and it's more focused on like social interaction or social dueling that you don't really get so much on the main game mode. Do you win anything decent for Rivals? No, you don't. You win Sorare coins. It's only in a beta at the moment. We're going to talk about it because at the moment you can see that they've rejigged it. So they've rejigged this lobby so that they're now making Rivals the biggest thing. So they're really trying to make it so that if you was new to the game and you went to the lobby, you would think that the Rivals is the main thing to play in, right? So that you can tell that they're really trying to say, hey, like, play this game mode first and foremost, right? It's in a closed beta. I can't even play it now. So they've made a change here, Sorare. I could play it and everyone was able to play it, but I can't play it now. I have no idea what's going on, but there's a lot of speculation that, is this a sign that they're about to launch it? Maybe. But yeah, we've asked them in the feedback group, because I'm part of a feedback group which talks to Sorare daily with like other managers and other content creators, and we've dropped them a message in the group to say, so what's the deal with Rivals, and like, why have you changed it to this? Like, what's happening? And we haven't had an answer. So I don't know what's going on with it. Does it work now? Does it? So if I refresh it, can I play it now? Can I? Oh, you're right. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's back again. Look at that. Perfect. So yeah, it's probably why they didn't answer us, because yeah, they were just tweaking it. I don't know what they were doing. It doesn't actually say beta anymore, does it? Did it say beta before? The Super Cup. Why is what? What? Why is Gerard Piqué? I get Gerard Piqué for the Super Cup, right? I know Gerard Piqué. He's like an investor in Sorare, and he's like he's been part of Sorare for a while now. He's often been visiting the offices and all that sort of stuff, right? I get why Gerard Piqué would maybe then be the face here for the Super Cup, because it's the La Liga Super Cup, right? Why is he the face here for the Turkish Super League? Why? Somebody's dropped the ball there. That just looks lazy, to be honest with you. They're like, okay, just copy that for that one. But it doesn't make sense, because why would he be promoting like that league? He's never played in the Turkish Super League. He's not Turkish. Oh, Sorare, you do give us some laughs, don't you? uh, Claiming your rival's achievement is buggy. PK is the main rival now. He is the main rival. PK, the famous Trabzonspor legend, right? Or Samsonspor. He played for both of the clubs, didn't he? Oh dear. So, anyways, this looks like it's now like an open beta, right? Is it an open beta where everyone can play it? So they could put Shakira there. That would be quite funny, wouldn't it? It looks like everyone can play this now. Maybe you like if you didn't have access to Rivals before, then log into Sorare and then see if you have this Rivals available for you to play. If you do, then I would say it's an open beta, or it's an open beta now. Yeah. All right. Let's get the last winner drawn, and then we can kind of like move it on. Let's get the last winner drawn. So many draws here. Let's refresh the page as well. Yep, I've been able to play for the first time. That's why I was asking. Okay, I'm with you. So yeah, now everybody can access it. Great. Okay. So if you haven't checked out Rivals yet, then do check it out. I'm not personally a fan of it, and it's not something that I'm playing, but I know a lot of managers do enjoy it. So check it out now that you can access it, and let us know what you think. Repost. Hey, FT, can you help me with one thing if possible? Can you check if I'm in the list for being extracted? I think I'm shadow banned by Twitter Picker. I never win this stuff. I will... Why is it doing this again? I will be able to check it later after the stream, man. So just drop me a message. Yeah, drop me a message after the stream to remind me. And then I can kind of almost like do like a read run of the draw, even though the draw will be done. And then I can check to see whether your name's in there, right? It should be, though. I know that there are some that do get shadow banned, though. There's not really anything I can do about that, though. But yeah, if you're one of them, then maybe what we can do is I can tell you for sure whether you are or not. And then you can then maybe reach out to Twitter Picker. I did speak to them before, like probably a year ago or something, and I kind of like wrote them a message. I think it's just one guy actually who designed it, and so he responded back to me, and he is the designer. And I think he wrote me a message, and I can't remember the exact contents of it, but the general gist of his message was that because it's like an API based tool, it's basically just pulling in the data. And if the data's missing, then it's to do with Twitter kind of doing a shadow ban rather than the tool itself doing a shadow ban. That was basically the gist of the message that I got from him over a year ago. Oh, what's going on? Oh, come on. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to this that we can't pull this in again now. Oh, my God. All right, let's do this again. Let's do a completely new. Let's refresh this as well. It's so annoying. We've just got one more. We've literally just got one more winner to draw. And then all the draws are done. Afternoon, lad. How's the head today? It's absolutely fine. I didn't drink at all on my birthday. I'm kind of too old now, really, to be going out hitting it hard. I've had all my messy, boozy birthdays when I was a lot younger. How do we upgrade cards to limited in Rivals? You don't upgrade them, you buy them. Yeah, you buy them. So it's basically a game mode where it shows you what you can do as a free-to-play, and then it basically says, well, if you bought the cards, then you would be able to score even better. So that's the kind of the pay-to-win element, is that you could then see how you do with, like, free cards, but you're competing against people who have paid cards. So that's also been one of the criticisms, is that, like, if you have commons, you can be playing against people that have super rares, and it's like, well, how fun is that? But yeah, it's basically a way to show you, to kind of show you that that's the path of progression, right? Let's try and do this again. Copy the link. refresh the page here. Try Control and F. Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. Let's do that. I always forget to do that. There we go. Thank you for that, man. Good suggestion from Estonian Weirdo. What a cool name. Estonian Weirdo. All right, let's do it now. We've done the Control F5. Load the tweet in. Has it worked? It hasn't worked. Ugh. You know what I might do? I don't know why it's doing this, actually. Because we've just, you just saw live on the stream that we've been able to draw 13 with pretty much no problems at all. What I might have to do, I might have to draw this one later on its own if I can get this to work again. Really bizarre. I don't know why it's doing this. Yeah, let's close that down. Let's do what we've done before. Twitter picker. Because what we've done before was we kind of like just, we refreshed this here, and then this shouldn't make a difference at all. But then we clicked on a completely new link again to refresh it in. Let's try it again one last time. If it doesn't work this time, then I'll draw the one winner later when hopefully it does work. We can even come back to it live on the stream to see if we can get it to work later on. Here you go, look. How bizarre is this? How bizarre is this that we had to go back to Google to find it, then we had to click the link again, refresh it in. I don't know why, but we've got it to work, so perfect. All right, cool. Continue, continue. Okay, here we go. Right, so one last winner to draw from this giveaway that I was running as part of my birthday yesterday. So again, a big thank you to everyone that took part in it. Big thank you to everyone that also wished me happy birthday and that was part of the birthday stream. And just a big thank you to everyone that supports the channel, that helps support the growth of the channel with a sub to the channel, because the subs really help to keep the channel going. And just, yeah, in general, thanks so much, guys, for all the love and support of me doing content in the Sorare space. So, yeah, good luck, guys. Let's draw the last winner here of the 14 cards that I'm giving away. Technically 39, but the 14 cards in addition that we're now giving away. So, drum roll. And we have the last winner. And it is none other than Mr. Brock, who goes by the handle of the Brock 10. Love it. So, Mr. Brock, you are the last winner here today. I know for sure we haven't had that winner, so we don't need to check it. I would remember and name Mr. Brock. So, well done to Mr. Brock, and well done to the other 13 winners here today. I'll be getting in touch with every single one of you after this stream. I also have a ton of messages in my Twitch inbox, which I haven't really got around to responding to yet. I did reach out to the original 25 winners yesterday, and I have had some messages back from those guys that won, but obviously it was my birthday yesterday, so I've not really had a chance to send the cards to yet. So don't worry, the cards will be coming to you. Just give me some time to catch up. We have an evening stream later on tonight. So after this stream ends at like 5 today, I'll have like a few hours. I'll try and spend some time to send the winners the cards and contact the guys today that have won so that we can get the ball rolling, getting the cards out to you. And as I mentioned, that's probably not the last giveaway that we do today. If any of you guys on the stream activate a giveaway time, which everyone can activate, anyone and everyone can activate a giveaway on the channel. If we have a giveaway time activated later on today, when I open up the free Tip Scout Fund coupons, then it means we can give away more cards as well, and we can try and make more people's days. So that's the giveaway done. If you put the lineup, gives you PK as a rival, that is fun. Does it really? Let's go and have a look at that now. Now that Sorare Rivals is opened up to everyone, we might as well just spend 5 minutes showing you guys what Rivals is about. Because even though I've had access to it for a long time, and some of you guys have also had access because you've been invited to it before, now it's an open beta rather than a closed beta. Everyone can check it out. but if you're checking it out for the first time, you might not actually understand what to do and how to play it. So let me show you. This is the brand new game mode which Sorare are hoping is going to appeal and attract the masses out there, and is going to take the game a lot more mainstream. So let's click it in. This is Rivals. You get PK again. It tells you about the two matches which are happening today. And PK looks to be the main rival. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, you know what, like, let's try and take on this game here, right? Let's try and take on Barcelona versus Osasuna. So we're going to select that match there, right? And then, because the game's quite cool, it gives you almost like a little bit of a tutorial. If you're completely new to Sorare, then this will explain it in the basics about how to play this game and what all of the information on the screen means, right? So it tells you, you know, about what this number means. This is the average score of a player's last 15 games. So they've been averaging a score of 40, which is actually fantastic. And we talked about Inaki Penna a few days back, saying that he's just such a cheat code at the moment because he's starting for Barcelona, but he has a really low L15, which makes him perfect for this type of mode, right? It also tells you at the bottom how many points you have to play with. So you have 250 points to play with, which means that when you select your players, you need to be able to pick basically pick 5 players for under 250 points, right? So 40 is going to take away from 250, which then means we're going to have 210 points left over to spend across 4 other players, right? Exactly the same as what you see in the usual cap mode in the normal Sorare Pro mode, right? Click next. It was going to tell you there's a little chart, which we're all very familiar with if you're already playing Sorare Pro. It shows their last 5 scores. You can click on it to get more details, which is cool, and then press finish. To be honest with you, and I'll be very honest with you, I think that is just, that's too little information to kind of almost explain what the game mode's about. So I think that there needs to be a little bit more. But I think as we go through, it's going to have more pop-ups for us. At the moment, we need to pick now 5 players, so a goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, forward, and extra. It doesn't really explain this as well. I think this would probably do with some explanation, but it doesn't. So hopefully they're going to improve the team. But we're going to pick Inaki Penna for 40. Then we're going to pick, I don't know, who could we pick here? Sergi Roberto, 63. It's a little bit too high, actually. Jules Koundé for 49 is really good. So why don't we pick Koundé here? We're going to go full Barcelona. Then we're going to pick Gundogan. And then we're going to pick Rafinha, maybe, for 52. Then we have 43 left over. So we might actually... Oh, look at that. Lewandowski's 43. Exactly. Look at that. That was perfect. So then we pick Lewandowski. You don't have to pick everyone from the same team. You can pick whoever. You can pick some Osasuna, some Barcelona. You can pick pure Osasuna. But for me, I think obviously Barcelona are the favourites here. You'd expect Barcelona to do really well. So I'm going to pick the full Barcelona stack of 5. We have no points left over. So it's worked really well. We've fully used all of the budget that we had. You don't have to if you have points left over. That's also absolutely fine. But I'd also say that if you can try and use as much as the budget as possible, then try to, if the team works in that way. And then what we're going to do is we're going to press continue. Okay. And then this is the point where you pick a captain. So exactly the same as what we're used to playing the Sorare Pro mode. You pick a captain. Your captain is going to get an additional 20% scoring boost. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have our captain on Lewandowski. We could have it on Koundé as well. But let's just put it on Lewandowski for now. Press continue. And it takes you to this tactic screen here. And it says select your tactic. Now, what this, I think, shows, I could be wrong here, because I haven't looked at this in a while, but when we click on the different tactics, right, it changes the number, okay? It changes the number. So I think what this is showing is the average amount of contests which they win. Okay. Now, one of the things that's missing here. Yeah, here we go. So initially, when they launched this, it wasn't clear for new people what they meant by one contest or what they meant by dual one, right? Because those are terms which we're used to from playing Sorare for a while now, but newbies won't know what you mean by one contest. So I told Sorare, come on, we've got to explain that if we want to try and make this new game mode like welcoming to new players to the game. So now if you don't know what it means, you just click on the little eye here and it tells you that one contest means dribbles where a team player beats an opponent, right? So on average, I think that is how many dribbles per game they are winning. So how many contests they are winning. So for here, if we were going to select the Joga Bonito, which is a bit of a weird one to say, the one contest basically, then we would have to get over 3. And if you look at this here, we've got 0.6, we have 0.8, we've got 0.2. So these two here are 1, and then this is then 2.1, and then this is going to be 2.7. So I wouldn't really trust that because they have all quite low dribbles or the contest that they win. I wouldn't trust us to use this tactic for Barcelona. If you think about Barcelona, they're quite good at passing. So you would expect them to do quite well passing. But then what you see here is that Gundogan is averaging, I think, about 65 passes per game. Then Koundé is 36, Penna's 12, Lewandowski's 10, Rafinha's 18. So if we were going to do this, we would need to have not 2 forwards, but probably like 2 midfielders, because the midfielders in Barcelona are the ones that spray the passes around, right? Rather than the forwards. So what we'll probably do is the shots on goal. Because for the shots on goal, we could get an additional 10 points if we have over 2. And you have to say that for Barcelona at home against Osasuna, they're probably going to be having a ton of shots, right, at goal. So I'm going to pick this one here. And we're going to do continue. And then it tells us that a new rivalry begins and we can go up against PK, who's one of the, like, Sorare investors. I don't think he's actually an ambassador, but he's one of the footballers that's connected with Sorare that is now the face of Rivals, it looks like. And we can also send a challenge, so we can invite our friends to come and challenge us in this rivalry. I'm really looking forward to Rivals. If they can make a good league system, say the league leader picks the game for the week. I got an explanation when I entered the game mode. Oh, did you? Good, good. Yeah, it might just be that we've already had that explanation, so it didn't give us to it again. If the rewards was something like win 5 out of 10 rival duels and win a tier 5 limited, that would be a good entry point. I don't think that would be good for the game though, because I think then I like the idea of how you're thinking, but actually I think probably more people would be winning. Like the cards they'd be giving out would be too much, but they probably need to have something where you could maybe win a tier 5, especially because the tier 5s are the entry level cards, right? And now that they're not giving the tier 5s and the tier 4s out in the month longs, they could probably give them out in this type of mode, because starters are exactly the type of managers that will appreciate those types of tier 4s and tier 5 cards, because it gets them started on the road, gets them on the path, right? On the ladder, on the scarcity ladder. Free Tip Scout, the network is good. I can see your face. Good, man. Am I the only one that can't collect the challenge a friend on challenges? I don't know, but if anyone else can't do it, let us know. We're going to press continue here. And then it says optimize your game, download the app to get the best live experience with your matchups. Pretty cool that they're advertising that, because they've just recently launched the proper fully fledged app. So it's I like that they're pushing people towards the app to get a bigger uptake on it. We're going to dismiss it for now. The only thing here is they almost need to have a link so that when you click it, you can kind of it takes you directly into the Play Store. There's no link here, but you'd have to almost dismiss it, then go into the Google Store or the iOS Store and then search for Sorare. They need to have a link there if they're going to be promoting it, right? So anyways, dismiss that. And And that's it. That's it, basically. So we've entered our lineup. Apparently, our biggest rival is PK. He's not, is he? He's not at all. We're gonna smash PK. What does he know about football, right? So yeah, can we click on him? If we click on him, then yeah, it takes you to his profile. So this is PK. You can see here, this is PK's official Sorare profile. You can check out the cards he's got and all that sort of stuff. Just give him a bit of a follow. I like that he's got Barcelona and Man United as the two clubs in his badges. Let's go back. And basically what you can do is you can challenge more people that you kind of have like similar follows with. It's telling me to challenge McBride Ace. I don't want anything to do with that guy. So we're just going to press cross, and then we could also challenge Canny or Flair or whoever. You can also see who you're following, and then you can challenge those as well directly. And then you can manage your requests. So you can see the guys here who have sent me a challenge, who want to try and beat me for points in this particular game of Barca versus Osasuna. So we can either like reject them individually and accept them individually, or we can just like accept them all, which is what we'll do. The arena is locked for now. We have to win a friendly matchup before the arena is unlocked. And then when the arena is unlocked, what we can then do is you're going head to head with one person. And that's the arena is basically the ELO ranking, where it's a skill-based game mode. So where you rank in it is based on how good you are. And that's kind of that could be fun. I've given it a go before. I don't mind it. I like the idea of it, but it's never really done it for me at the moment. So that's basically Rivals. And then what you would do is kind of like rinse and repeat. So you would do the same, for example, for the Burnley Luton or the Trabzonspor Samsunspor game if you wanted to do them. Like, you can do as many or as little games as you want. So if we wanted to do, for example, the Burnley Luton game, because I have a Luton Town collection, so I can actually show you that if you own limited cards, then you can apply them in Rivals, right? So we're going to do set the lineup for Burnley Luton, which is happening tomorrow, right? Set the lineup. And then, look, you can see now that because I have Luton Town limited cards, it's going to show me my Luton Town limited cards, right? And it tells me here that I'm going to get an additional 20% scoring boost, right? Just from using limited cards in here. If you don't use limited cards and you just use the common cards, you get no additional boost to your scoring. So imagine the boost that you have from playing in Rivals where all of your team is limited, and then you're playing against other people who have no limited cards at all. Like, you can just outscore them really easily. So it is a game mode which is designed to like introduce newbies to the game and say, this is how, like, welcome to our game. This is basically how you play it. And this is what it looks like. And then kind of almost saying, like, if you want to win better, if you want to have more of a chance of being more competitive, then think about picking up a limited card. Think about buying limited cards, because they will give you that step up in points that is so much better than just playing with the common cards there. Why don't you want anything to do with McBride? Because I don't like him. I think he's an idiot, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's always bad-mouthing me and just being a complete twat to me, so I don't like him at all. Went with the Burnley. Easy win. No, you didn't, Audrius Vinagaris. Oh, dear. The betrayal. The betrayal, man. Send me your link for Rivals. Feel free to add me feel free to follow me, and then I can start to send you requests and stuff. You sent me a request, did you, Arthur? Okay, perfect. Let me show you what I'm going to do for the Luton Town versus Burnley game, right? So just in case you're new to the game and you're thinking, okay, how does it work with the limited cards? It's exactly the same with the limited cards. We pick for the goalkeeper, we're going to pick Kaminsky here. And then I'm just going to pick all Luton now, because obviously I get the 20% boost with all Luton. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick, where's he at? Gabriel Oso. Then for the midfielder, we're going to pick Doughty. And then we're going to then run with Adebayo up front. And then we have 41. We have 41 left over. So now what we can do is we can pick Amari Bell for 37. So we have 4 points left over. So that's fine. Like, we don't have to use them. We've come under the cap, which is perfect. So we press continue. Now we need to select the captain again. So it's very similar. It's like rinse and repeat. We press Doughty because Doughty is the best captaincy pick for Luton. Press continue. And then for Luton, they're actually pretty good at winning duels, I think. Yeah, look at the amount of duels that these guys win. So 2.9 for Adebayo, Doughty's 4.2, Oso's 2, Amari Bell's 2.3. So it could be a little bit tricky for us to hit over 12 here. Clearances might be quite good though. Nah, clearances isn't that good really. It kind of isn't. I mean, probably it's better, right? Over 5 we can probably get here because Doughty will make some clearances, Oso will, Amari Bell will. So let's actually choose that there. Let's press continue. Okay. And then it's done. There we go. We've done it. So we've entered a team. Apparently. Did we enter it? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? What happened there? What did we do? It sent me to set the lineup. What happened there? Did anybody see what happened there? FT speaking about haters. Fun Rare yesterday. Fun Rare. Yesterday said that content creators are pushing Sorare towards less cash. Where this comes from? Are they cutting on the threshold? No. You mean the guy? Yeah, the guy who's like. I think he's put in his bio the most hated or the most annoying person on Twitter for Sorare, and the guy who is always causing controversy, right? Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with what he's saying because not every Sorare content creator is talking about Sorare towards less cash, right? Like I have mentioned. And I know that some others have mentioned as well, where we're talking about what could possibly happen in the next update, right? And it's funny, right? I've actually seen a few like really bitchy tweets from a few individuals that are almost just stoking the fire here, where like, what's wrong with people speculating what could happen in the next update, right? It's interesting to speculate and to talk about things, right? And to try and figure out what could happen and what couldn't happen. So I think there's been a lot of good constructive talk amongst Sorare managers and Sorare content creators where we're almost trying to speculate what could happen, what might happen, what would people want to see, what would people not want to see. And that in itself, of course, means that you then talk about, for example, the threshold, because the threshold is always a talking point. It's always a talking point when there's a new update coming. Are they going to touch the threshold? Are they not? And it was the same on the last big roadmap update, especially given the fact that the threshold, for example, has only really been guaranteed until the end of last year. So basically a few weeks back, Sorare mentioned that they will be reviewing the threshold after December 2023, like in 2024. So I think that's what's come up with, like in the community, and it's actually cool that people are talking about it. So I don't really like those. I don't really like the unnecessary negativity where people are kind of almost complaining, saying that why are people talking about the next update and why are they speculating, why are they saying this, why are they talking about threshold? I think we should be actually embracing it. I think we should be saying, let's have a talk about it. You know, let's see what everyone thinks about it, rather than saying everyone's talking about it and they shouldn't be talking about it. So, yeah, bit weird. As I mentioned before as well, that my opinion is that the threshold, just in case any of you guys want to know my opinion is that I think logically that the threshold is almost too high based on the values of the cards and based on what's happened in the game over the last 12 months, because when they set the threshold amounts, that was like 12 months ago, and the game's in a completely different position 12 months later. The card values are completely different, and the market economy is different. The game's different, right? And so my worry, even though I have no information about this at all, right? My worry would be that like maybe Sorare would be thinking about reducing the threshold a little bit, so that it's then more in line with the current values of cards. Because if it was $50 threshold a year ago and the card values were significantly higher, for example, if a card was like £100 a year ago and now that card is like £10 today, but you can still hit the same reward value of $50, then that doesn't make sense at all, because then Sorare are significantly worse off because they're making less money from the card that they sell, but they're still dishing out the same amount of reward, right? I don't want them to reduce the threshold, and I hope that they don't. But the way I look at it is that they've had the threshold in place for a while. The market's completely changed. The game's completely changed. They might be thinking, they might decide that that's something that they need to look at, right? They might not, but I hope that they don't. And I hope that they just look at a way to increase the card values again, so that then they don't have to even think about that the threshold is completely out of whack with like the card values in the market. Just try and restore and manage the supply, try and restore the card values, try and make the market economy a bit more healthier. And then actually the card values then in the competitions will be so good again, so much more attractive, that then managers will naturally start to think more about winning the cards than they will about the threshold. So then you don't actually need to, the threshold isn't a problem. So yeah. Yeah. He did say many and not all, yeah. I think my point here is that I'm not necessarily saying that he's in the wrong, because I don't think he is, but I think just it's unnecessary to kind of be saying, oh, why are people talking about, like the threshold, and why are people talking about what could happen? I think it's a good thing to cause a debate and to create a discussion around a game that everyone's really passionate about, and everyone has some good opinions about, right? And it should be the sort of thing that we should be embracing, rather than looking at an opportunity to put people down because they are trying to trigger a discussion about like quite cool and quite important topics in the game. Right, I don't know what happened there for Burnley versus Luton. We set the lineup and then it just completely disappeared on us, right? Let's try it again. It actually shows us that we've like selected them. Let's press continue. Let's put Doughty as the captain again. Park the bus, we said, yeah. And then press continue, which is what we've done. But it didn't continue for us. It like backed us out of it. So we have joined it. I can see that we have our lineup here. Right, it's done it. It's done it now. Before it didn't do it, but now it's done it. Yeah. The game is bugging as fuck, is it? Yeah. I mean, I hate that you guys are seeing some of the bugs in this, because it's supposed to be ironed out, right? Before a closed beta. But it's Sorare, unfortunately. So yeah, just if you're experiencing any bugs, then just report it to Sorare so that they can try and squash them and just make the whole game a little bit more cleaner and smoother. The beta was better. I'm trying to buy Dizazi for 2 days now, but all these wannabe Pavel traders are going crazy with their prices. Actually, in that discussion, somebody told something smart: add some more voucher rewards, meaning that if you win a cash reward, you need to use it in the market. I don't like that necessarily, if I'm honest with you. One of the reasons I don't like that, Twisted Fortune, is that you're then forcing your users to spend in the market, rather than wanting them, encouraging them, and incentivizing them to spend, right? Because if, for example, for me, if I'm actually happy with my team, if I'm happy and I don't actually necessarily want to spend more at the moment, and I win a a voucher reward, right, that has an expiry on it, and I have to basically use that voucher in the primary market, in the auctions market, to then realize that reward, maybe I don't want to spend more on the auctions at the moment, right? So then if I don't use that voucher, then I've effectively won nothing, right? Because then the voucher will expire and then I have actually won nothing, really. I've been rewarded with nothing. So I don't actually like that. I think if you're going to do that, then you need to offer then a choice, right? So that then before you go into like the game week, you like managers can say, if I win a reward, I want to win a voucher or I want to win a card, right? And then when they do, the game then knows that, okay, you selected that you want to win a card, so now this is the card that you're going to win. Or you selected a voucher, you've won, and so now you're going to get a voucher, right? Rather than just kind of like saying, we're going to put more vouchers in there so that then it forces people to spend more on the primary. I don't like that. I like the principle of it, but I think that that has to be managed well because that will piss people off where they're like, I don't want to spend more at the moment in the auctions market, right? I'm happy with this with what I've spent already, but I would have preferred a card, for example. I would have preferred cash, right? Not a voucher. I would have preferred to win cash, which I can then decide what I want to do with. So, yeah. Yes, but adding it to the usual threshold of cap 240 that I hope they don't touch. They will actually check it out. They will actually eventually I think they'll have to touch the threshold. I'm hoping that they just don't touch it now, but eventually I think they will touch it because it isn't really that sustainable to have $50, in my opinion, long term, where everyone can win $50 every single week. It's quite high, but I think it's high because they want it to be attractive and they want people to be spending in the game, right? Right. A question, when you click on position, there was a coach choice. What's the point of the coach? Because they have coach cards in the game. So you might not know it, but Diego Maradona, for example, there are coach cards of Diego Maradona in the game. So the coach role was basically something that Sorare was wanting to do a long time ago, but they were trying to run before they could walk. So it was one of those things, almost like the legend cards, where Sorare were trying to do too much at once without actually having a proper focus or a proper plan about how they wanted it to evolve. So they started to mint some coach cards, right, that don't have any utility in the game at all. But then they then almost like abandoned it. So there's like a few of them in the game, but maybe in the future, what they want to do is they want to then start to mint more coach cards, which you can then use in rivals, which will maybe give you like a boost, right? Similar to like the tactics where a specific coach will give you a boost for attacking or give you a boost for defending or something like that, right? Yeah. So that's Rivals. Go and check it out because you can now, it's open to everyone to check out. I don't play it. I'm playing these here now because I've just done it for you to see. But this isn't a game mode at the moment for me that I find very fun or interesting. But I know that there are a lot of guys out there that do like it. So check it out for yourself and see whether it's the sort of thing that you're going to have fun with and that you're going to prefer more than the normal Sorare mode, which is Sorare Pro. But for me, I like Sorare Pro more than this here. So what we're going to do is it's now time for us to try and put our lineups together. We've got 2 challenges which we have done. Upgrade a card to limited. What? Oh, God. Oh, God. What's going on here? Why have my beginner challenges reset? We've already got the beginner badge here. Oh, they've reset because they had to do them, didn't they? They actually mentioned it that they had to. They sent it out, didn't they, in the pitch notes yesterday? They've also changed the badge as well a little bit because this wasn't the beginner badge, I don't think. Yeah, whatever. You need to see the Instagram of Sorare. They asked PK to put a team for Rivals, and he puts to Stegen that is injured. Lovely. So I don't know what the point of playing Rivals is if you win, if you know win anything. A lot of people have said that. Um, there's two trains of thought to this, right? Is that you would play Sorare Rivals, not win anything, so there would be no rewards, for example, and then it would get you used to the game, and it would be more like a bragging thing, where you would just like to be the best in the world or whatever, right? But then after a while of not winning rewards, you then think, okay, I'm going to check out the pro because that's where you can win the rewards, right? That's one train of thought on it. The other train of thought is that there would need to be some rewards in the game in order for it to be like a stimulating, engaging game mode. Because then if they're winning rewards in the game, they will then feel more inclined to stick with the game and then to progress to, like, say, for pro. Because let's be honest about it, and Sorare have been very transparent about it, like the rivals here is intended to be the nice bite-sized version that gets new people used to Sorare and then encourages them to then take the step into Sorare Pro, which is a normal game mode, right? One of the things that Sorare found is that they can't get people to play the new game mode because they either don't understand it, like the normal one, because they either don't understand it, they don't have the time for it, they don't have the funds for it, right? They don't have the budget for it. So they've struggled to onboard everyone into Pro, which is why they're now thinking they need to have like a bite-sized, watered-down version that then appeals to more casual players, more casual managers, right? And that it's just a lot more simpler, a lot more easier to pick up and play, more social as well, so that then actually it encourages them to stick with it. And then eventually, if they start to love the product, they can then move into Pro, right? So that's what it's about. For me personally, I think that if there are no rewards in Rivals, then I don't think it will be that successful. So I think you need to offer rewards in there. And probably when they launch it fully, there will be some kind of rewards in there, in addition to the Sorare coins, which you can win. I'd like to hope so. And then if there is, then great. If there isn't, it'd be interesting to see how it does. Hello, Asus, on YouTube. I'm new. How can I start? So I'm going to give you the link in the chat so you can get started on this game for Sorare. There's the link in the chat. So use that. I don't think you can see it on YouTube actually, but if you're on my YouTube channel, then just check out the links on my page there, or come over to Twitch, and you'll be able to find on my Twitch channel the link to get started on Sorare. Maybe like milestones in Rivals, like win 10 matches to claim a card award. Yeah, something like that. Probably not 10, but like maybe winning quite a higher amount than that could give you a card of some kind, like a tier 5 or something, to then get you started on that path of maybe buying and collecting more limited cards. I think one of the things, though, that Rivals almost can't be that type of game mode, though, where you can just farm card rewards, right? Because otherwise what's going to happen is that it's just going to create a double compound effect that we're seeing in the market, where the prices are just continually low because Sorare are minting and giving out too many cards, right? So if anything, they kind of almost need to make Rivals more like a game mode where you could like give out the reward boxes more, for example. So I think the reward boxes in this type of game mode would be so attractive and so much more fun to play. If you think about the types of players that they're targeting like casual gamers, right? People that want to just come in and play really quickly in 2 minutes and have a nice social element, right? Maybe don't want to spend initially, but want to have a chance of winning something, most likely. So having kind of like a loot box where, if you do quite well and you get into a reward position, you can then have this excitement of opening a box and then not knowing what you get. And then you maybe get something that could be, for example, a power up that can give you a boost for the next game mode, the next game match, right, in Rivals. So rather than winning a card, right, this is what I think it could be like. Rather than winning a card, or rather than winning like a limited power up, what you could end up winning is you could end up winning an additional tactic, right? So you could then play effective clearance, and you could play like Jules won, because you won that tactic in the reward box, which is then going to make you more interested in playing the next game, right? They could also offer power-ups as well and all the other stuff that we see in the reward boxes. But I think the reward box system works really well in Rivals for the types of players that they're trying to target, the types of casual gamers. Yeah. What does everybody think about Rivals? Have you been playing Rivals? And if you have been playing Rivals, um, are you playing Rivals more than Pro? In fact, I haven't asked that question. Is anybody actually here playing Rivals, the slimmed down, almost like the Sorare Lite version? Is anybody playing this more than the Sorare Pro? If you are, I definitely want to hear from you, because I would love to know like the reasons why. Maybe it's to do with time. Maybe you enjoy this game mode a lot more because you think it's much more interesting and fun. Like, is anybody here playing Sorare Rivals more than the Pro mode? Don't be shy if you are. Don't worry. We're not going to hound you or anything like that. I'm just very curious if anyone is at all. Hell no, says Twitch Gaming. But you're playing Rivals though, right? Are you playing Rivals? I don't even know if you're playing Rivals, actually. I don't know if I can't remember if we talked about Rivals with you. I'm guessing because I'm not seeing anybody typing in the chat that nobody's playing Rivals more than Pro. No chance. I'm not looking at Play Sharper for Rivals. But no, you don't need to. That's the point, Arthur. That is the point. Playing Rivals daily more than Pro. So there you go. We've got a winner. Estonian Weirdo. Estonian Weirdo. I love it. So Estonian Weirdo is playing Rivals daily. And he's playing it more than the Pro. He says, although I did start buying cards like a month ago, so it may change a bit. Okay. And what's the thing, Estonian Widow? What's the thing that's making you play Rivals more than the Pro? Is it because it's so quick and easy to do? Is it because there's a bigger social element to it, so you enjoy the challenge of trying to beat your friends more, which you don't really get in Pro? Like, what's the reasons? Because I think it's so cool. Yeah, it's the quick one. So yeah, this is why I think this mode's quite cool in principle, because like Sorare Pro, and you guys will see it here because we're about to start doing it. Sorare Pro, if you want to do really good at it, you often have to spend a lot of time scouting, lineup building, looking at stats, looking at Sorare data or other sources, right? To try and find out where are the smart opportunities to do well in a game week. And also you have to try and avoid DMPs, for example, right? In Sorare Rivals, you don't really have to worry about DMPs because it will tell you, like an hour before the game starts, it will tell you who's starting, and you can still then pick your lineup, right? In Sorare Pro, we know that there are fixed deadlines, right? Where you have to get your team submitted in for. If you get your team submitted in before the deadline, but then you discover after the deadline that player's not going to play, there's nothing you can do about it. Like that player's going to DMP, it's probably going to cost you a reward, right? You don't really have that risk in Rivals, which is also what makes it kind of quite fun, is that whole DNP pain is kind of like removed from that game mode. And what you'll see if we go into Rivals again is that at 5 o'clock this game kicks off, and you can basically pick players right up until 5 o'clock, right? So obviously the lineups are announced an hour before, so that half an hour or 10 minutes before, you can still enter a lineup. And then when you do it, it will actually tell you, when you do set lineup, in this screen here, if you're looking to pick players for this match and it's like 10 minutes before the game, it will then tell you who's starting and who's not. So then you can just pick the players that you can see are starting, which then means that you're not going to have a DMP player. And that's actually pretty cool, right? That's what makes that game mode pretty cool. I have only one buddy playing, and we challenge for every game we bother. True, I will play more Rivals than Pro, but spend more time on Pro, so I'll be playing more Rivals. Yeah. For me, I know that I'll be playing, I think, more pro than rivals because, yeah, I've not really, it's not really appealed to me at the moment. But Nicholas as well, the CEO, mentioned how Sorare Rivals, so this current game mode is going to look different and it's going to have a surprise on it or for it at the launch. So there's going to be something else that this game mode is going to offer, which we don't know yet. And so maybe at launch, this game mode for me is going to be so good actually that I'll be like, oh, I can't wait to keep playing Rivals. But at the moment, not so much actually. Right, let's keep going then. So what we're going to do is we need to start doing our lineups for the weekend. And we've got to do the Premier League Winter Special, which I think is a good one for us because it's Luton against Burnley. And then we just got to figure out what our lineups are going to be. So let's crack on with that now. The first lineup that we need to try and get a good start on is Capsule 40 Rare, but also, right, this is worth us talking about actually, Cap 220, which is the new month-long competition where there are no weekly rewards, but there are decent rewards now at the end of the month to win. We have to take this seriously now. As in, like, I'm actually quite interested in putting some of my better players into this competition because a huge win for the Sorare community, and I'm going to say also a huge win for me as well, because I've been very vocal about this with Sorare, is that on the last month long, as a lot of you guys know, the reward prize pool was terrible. It was basically exactly the same as a bog standard weekly normal Cap 220 prize pool, right? So you had tier 5s in there and you had tier 4s in there, every scarcity. So limited, rare, super rare, unique, right? And it's just not acceptable, just not good enough. If you're going to do a month long where you need your users to play for longer and there's no weekly rewards they can win, the carrot at the end of the stick needs to be bigger if you're expecting the donkey to go further, right? A bit of a weird analogy, but you know what I mean, right? It can't be the same carrot that you're offering for weekly. It has to be, it's a bigger distance, it's a bigger commitment, it has to be a bigger reward, right? And so they've removed the tier 4s and tier 5s because we made such a big issue about it. And we actually showed Sorare that we wobbled their head. We wobbled Sorare's head because they didn't really think it through properly. And I think they thought that tier 5s and tier 4s were perfectly fine to put in there. They're absolutely not. So now in the 220, you can see here that there are no tier 4s and there are no tier 5s. The minimum reward that you can win in a month long is a tier 3, right? And that applies for limited and super rare as well, a tier 3, which is a quite high level to have as a minimum, okay? Now the price pool looks decent. Now we don't have to worry about putting our best players in there and then potentially getting a 60p reward or whatever. Now we can put our best players in there. It will be more challenging, but it means that if we are actually good and if we know what we're doing here, right, we can get into the rewards here. And one of the big things that I had was that I'm actually very good at playing Cap 220. A lot of you guys know this has basically been our hunting ground to win rewards in Cap 220. And if you look at like where I've been winning a lot of my rewards, right? SO5 stats, look at most of my rewards. Look at where they're coming from, right? Cap 220 rare, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 rare, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 rare, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 limited, Cap 220 rare. So Cap 220, because we spend so much time scouting, analyzing, and we spend so much time finding those real overlooked, undervalued budget players, right? That we know can like hit a mad score. We're really good at doing well in Cap 220. But last month, I didn't give a shit about Cap 220 because why would I give a shit about a competition that has such poor rewards in it, right? So we basically just put in our leftover players and we didn't properly try and win anything in it. I'd much rather put my dummy players in, and then if we end up winning 60p reward, we've almost kind of like done one over on Sorare because we kind of took it as a joke and we still won something. But if we took it seriously and we still ended up not doing that great and winning a 60p reward, then I would have been really pissed that we put our best players in knowing that there were 60p and just really low level rewards in there. Now they are not in there. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be prioritizing Cap 220 because of the fact I know I can do well in Cap 220. So that's what we're going to be doing. Hello, can you win something with rivals? At the moment, not. You can only win Sorare coins, but it hasn't fully released yet. What Sorare need to do, just before we move it on, right? What Sorare really need to do is they need to make sure that this has beta, right? Because as far as we know, this is still in the beta. It hasn't been officially launched yet. And what's really weird is that they haven't got a beta labeled on it here. They've got a beta labeled for the challenges here, right? But they don't have beta on the rivals. So if you were new to the game today, you would think that this is the fully launched mode. You'd think that this is actually the proper, like, this is the game mode, right? That's like launched now, but it isn't officially launched. This is a beta. So Sorare just almost need a reminder. Unfortunately, they always miss the details, so we always have to remind them. They need to make sure that this is labeled as a beta, so that everybody who's playing it doesn't think that this is the actual mode. Because my worry here actually is that somebody like Mies Van Can, so hello to Mies Van Can, by the way, on YouTube. My worry is that other players, maybe like Mies Van Can or just newbies to Sorare, will jump in, see this rivals mode, and then kind of get used to the game mode, but see that it's not rewarding anything, and think that this is actually what Sorare is about, that you play this game and you don't win anything. So they need to label this as a beta, and they should have not launched it without labeling it as a beta. And they need to be reminded of that. I will remind them of that today. Yeah. Because otherwise, what's going to happen is that they could end up scaring people away by not correctly labeling something that it's not finished yet, right? And they haven't basically said, they haven't shown, they haven't told people, which is so bizarre, that this is not a finished product yet. This is almost like a work in progress still. So what you see is not what you're going to get. But if you were completely new to the game today, you wouldn't have a clue that this was a beta because it doesn't say it's a beta. It said beta for me earlier. They've removed it. It was bottom left. It did say beta when you can get access to it, and it's always been like that. But then when you get access to it, it never said beta. So even when I had access to Rivals, right, it still said daily and it never said beta in there. And when you click in it, there's nothing in it in this game mode that says it's a beta, right? It's always been like that. It's been like that for a while. And they've been told, but they haven't done it yet. So apparently, thank you. You know a good limited play for $10, $15 for the Bundesliga attacker. You'd have to jump over onto Twitch and redeem a Find a Player coupon, because then I can help you do that live on the stream. Apparently there'll be mystery boxes to be won in Rivals, like cards, matchday tickets, and more. Just seen McBride's tweet about that. How does McBride know, though? How does McBride know? Because it's not been officially communicated. I think everyone expects there to be mystery boxes in there, which is why they've launched the mystery boxes, because that's perfect for Rivals. But I haven't seen anything official on that. It's just at the moment all speculation. But I would expect there to be mystery boxes in there, definitely. From the promotional video, what promotional video? What promotional video, man? Give us the link for the promotional video and we can bring it up on the stream right now. Now there's the message to update the app and play the Gerard PK Rivals Challenge. Where's the promotional video in Athabam? Have they posted it just now? Let's have a little look. Here we go. Here we go. Let's have a look. It hasn't been officially launched, right? Is this the video? Okay. Gerard PK. Okay. Should we put this up? Obviously, Nellis has done like an interview with him for the Rivals. And then this is everything you need to know. So this is the Medium article. Is this officially launched now? Is this the official launch here? Let's click on this as well. Okay, here we go. We're very excited to open Sorare Rivals beta to the world today with the first market in pushing the Spanish market. Rivals will become the simple mobile first and social entry point to the Sorare world. Put your football knowledge to the test and compete against your biggest rivals for bragging rights, glory, and the biggest prizes in the world of sport. Much more coming soon. And then, is this the promotional video? Yeah, okay, here we go, yeah. So perfect, right. Yeah, good. Oh, wow, that's loud. That was loud. Sorry, guys, if that just blew your ears out there. Let's bring it up on the big screen as well. So this is the promotional video for it. Select the tactics, track the live scores. And then this is all the sort of thing that we know, which is pretty cool. Then basically just try and climb the leaderboards and you can get jerseys, cards, and match tickets. Perfect. Pretty cool. I like that. That's cool. Let's have a quick look as well at if I'll do it. Let's have a quick look on Sorare's main page because there looks to be a few more stuff as well. I think there's a Medium article that I want to read. Hello to Fabiolon from Italy. Hello, man. How's it going? It's shark time. Should we watch this little... Should we watch this here? This is the video for Rivals, which is showing PK. Of course, they've got Nellis in there.
Before it even starts. Shh. It's shark time.
It's shark time. Yeah, so he's put Ter Stegen in. Fine. Gundogan, Arujo, Torres. I love that he's picked Ter Stegen even though he's injured. But I actually think he's just picking more like his best team.
You know this one?
Okay. To be fair, they've done quite a good job with the video. Maybe he does know more, yeah. Maybe he knows more than we do, and Ter Stegen will be back.
Bro, gotta respect your game on Rivals. I might sign you for my league.
I'm happy to be your coach when you become Barca president one day.
Oh, God.
Sorare Rivals. Your passion
God.
rewarded.
Nellis in every single promo. Ter Stegen will be back in like 2 weeks, yeah. I think he's basically just picked his best team. He's picked the team. They've said to him, pick your best team. If you were going to pick your best 5, he's picked like the team that he would pick. As in, he thinks those are the best 5 that to pick. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with you a little bit, to be honest with you. Kind of agree with you. Yeah. Anyways, let's not get into that. What I want to do is I want to get into the Medium article. Yeah, it was proper cringe, yeah. That last bit from Nellis was proper cringe, I've got to be honest with you. I think the first bit was all good, but the last bit, like, you probably saw me, I almost couldn't, I had to close the video quickly. I couldn't stand it. Felt uncomfortable watching that bit. Right, let's have a look at this here, though. This is the Medium article about Rivals. Can you defeat Football Manager Gerard PK? One day you're going to be there. Hopefully for you, the rival will be Shakira, right? It'll be me and Shakira going up against PK and Nellis. And you know who's going to win. You know who's going to win. It's an easy contest, that one. It's an easy contest. I get the girl as well. I end up getting Shakira afterwards. There you go. And then, and then just to rub salt into the wounds for PK. Right. Let's read this then. How big is this? Also, okay. Also, we can't really do it. I was gonna say, like what I mentioned before, how I was gonna do like a giveaway when I knew a new update was coming, because then I was gonna do the iterate giveaway, where we would say how many times do you think iterate is gonna be mentioned in the next article, and then whoever guesses it correctly would then win like a card reward, right? But we kind of can't do it now because they've just released it out of the blue. And so if you've already had a chance to read it, then, like it's done. Like the element of surprise is gone, right? How many times have they put iterate in here? Okay, I don't think they have actually. They might have stopped doing it after I called them up on it. Which is funny. I wasn't intending to do it like that. I actually want them to put iterate in a bit more so we can do the giveaways, right? From it. They haven't added iterate in at all. Wow. Maybe somebody different is writing the articles now. The tactics don't lie. But we answered along. I think you tweeted it. What's that? What did I answer? About the tweet? We're going to run through this article as well. Sorare Rivals, the epic head-to-head fantasy football game. The iterate giveaway. So we gave the number already. Oh, that's true. That's true, actually. Yeah, you did. Unfortunately, there's no iterate at all. Yeah, we did. I'd have to find it, but you're right. I did say how many times do you think? But yeah, it wasn't in here at all. 0. I'll have to go and find it. Yeah, I'll go and find it on my Twitter. Yeah, I'll go and find it. But anyways, let's read this article. So, Sorare Rivals, it's still in the beta, but now it's an open beta, so it's something just to keep in mind. But they've kind of made a big deal about the launch here in the beta. Compete for glory, challenging your friends, prove yourself in Rivals to earn respect, and win epic prizes such as player signed jerseys, Sorare Pro cards, you can sell and trade, and much more. It's free and easy to play, and I think that's the key with Sorare Rivals, is that you don't need to spend any money on it to start playing it and earn rewards. You can literally earn rewards for free. But obviously, if you have the limited cards or already, or any type of scarcity cards, you're going to have a better chance of winning because you get the big bonuses, right? They have the link there, so you can then download the app from the App Store or Play Store, and it says, yeah, you can play every day of the year because they cover over 350 clubs around the world. You select your match, you build your lineup, pretty much exactly what I showed you guys on the stream about 10 or 20 minutes ago. You have a draft budget amount. You need to pick the players under the draft budget amount, and then they score points for you based on their real life scores, their real life performances, sorry. And then once you're happy with your lineup, you select your tactics, such as Tiki Taka and Yogo Bonito. This is what separates the Football Manager contenders from the pretenders. Each tactic tracks a different collective stat. If you hit the tactic threshold, your full lineup receives a bonus player score. Tiki Taka tracks the accurate passes of your 5-player lineup. If your lineup completes over 199.5 passes in a game, you'll get a whopping 40-point bonus. So yeah, it's all about thinking, if Barcelona are going up against a really weak team, then you should be picking Tiki Taka. To be fair, probably playing Tiki Taka for any game with Barcelona is the way to go. But there'll be some other games and some other teams where sometimes it'd be better to do, like, for example, Tiki Taka. Sometimes it'd be better to do like shots on target. For example, Bayern Munich going up against a Bochum. You could probably either pick like shots on goal or Tiki Taka, because Bayern make loads and loads of passes, right? But then Bayern going up against somebody like a Liverpool, maybe the tiki-taka is not the play, because actually Liverpool will have still quite a bit of the ball, and they'll have less passes that they'll be making for the Bayern players, right? But then maybe it'll be quite an end-to-end game, so both teams will be going at each other and be having lots of shots. So in that case, then you'll be having to use your football knowledge to think, okay, I think that the shots on goal here is much more important than the tiki-taka, and hopefully you get it right, and then you get the extra bonus, right? You challenge your friends and foes. Your rival's journey begins by challenging your friends. Note the quotation marks. There are no friends and rivals, just opponents that need an ego check. Love it. Easy to set up. Once you select a matchup, you challenge your friends or foes. So again, you set a matchup, and then you can invite your friends in to then play against you, right? And this is what this whole game mode is supposed to be really exciting, is that it's supposed to be, I'm playing this mode, you can play in 2 minutes, like, I'll invite you in, here's the link, and then in 2 minutes down at the pub or whatever, your mate's already in, he hasn't spent any money, he hasn't needed to set up a wallet or anything like that. He's in, he's selected his players, and he's now playing against you, and that's how you get them to, that's how you suck them in to start playing Sorare Pro a bit more. Track performance, all of this we know. The arena, so once you've beaten a friend for the first time and basked in the glory of victory, you unlock the arena. Every matchup in Rivals is competitive, but the arena is ultra competitive. In the arena, you play for reputation, score, streaks, and mystery reward boxes. Okay, so in the arena, that's where the main rewards are. That's the mystery reward boxes that you really want to be trying to get. Reputation, sure, but I don't think many people really care about that. If you're going to offer reward boxes, and that's actually what people care about in the arena. Your reputation is on the line. Win in the arena and you win reputation points. Lose and your reputation score takes a hit. Your reputation score is publicly visible for all Sorare Rivals managers to see. All managers start at a reputation of 100 and aim to climb the reputation ranks from unknown to regional prodigy to GOAT. In the arena, you match up against managers at a similar level to you. So if someone's a GOAT and you're an unknown, you won't be going up against a GOAT. You'll be going up against other unknowns, so it's a much more fair reflection of ability, right? Which is really cool. Note that all Sorare managers who helped test the Rivals beta have had their reputation scores reset to 100. Great. And then there are special prizes for football fans. Dominating also unlocks rewards by completing challenge streaks in the arena, such as consecutive Rivals wins. So complete these streaks and you'll win a Rivals mystery box. Okay, that's pretty cool. In each box, you have a chance to win amazing prizes such as player-signed football jerseys, Sorare Pro cards, and you can sell, trade, and more. So basically, they've tied the challenges into Rivals so that then you can also win more boxes. Guys, what do we think? What do we think? What do we think about the Rivals here? Hello, yo, GTS Scout. I think this is a win. I love the whole reward boxes that they're tying in, not only to how you do in the arena, but also how you do with like consecutive rival wins and like streaks that you get. So being able to hit the streaks will also give you the reward boxes, which I think is super cool. I think it's really cool. I actually, to be honest with you, this is much more attractive to me now to play Rivals than it was before. Like before, I wasn't too interested in it. I think now, with the reward boxes and with the extra just level of engagement, I think I'll be playing this a little bit more to see how it works and if we can get a reward box. And I maybe might have a little bit of a go in an arena as well. So I actually think this is a lot better. Yeah, having rewards now to win might lead people to pull the trigger on buying a limited for the extra 20% bonus. Is the reward box available? It is indeed. Yeah, they've just said it. Watch me only playing Rivals with my SR and Rare players. Yeah, that's the only thing with this mode though, isn't it? Is that Robbie can play Rivals with his Super Rare and his Rare players. And it's just going to be very difficult to beat those, right? Botafogo has signed Jefferson Savarino from Real Salt Lake. That is a surprising one. I'm not a huge fan of Savarino. It'd be interesting to know who's going to replace him though at Real Salt Lake. Is anybody? Let's just have a bit more of a talk about rivals, right? We've just read the link, the article. Sorry, I'll leave the article link in the chat. Where's it at? Here we go. There's the article link in the chat. So do give it a read. I think this is really exciting. I think it's really exciting. I wasn't too much of a fan of Rivals, and a lot of you guys know that. But I think, you know, I'm going to give it another go, especially with the rewards on offer here. I mean, the fact that you could win signed jerseys, you could win cards, you could win VIP match tickets. Now, for me, it's got a little bit more of a pull to start playing it. I still think that this game mode could be a little bit too repetitive. Because once you start offering rewards in there, there's then almost like that feeling that you're going to have to almost play as many games as possible to then try and give yourselves the best chance of winning those rewards, right? So it could get a little bit grindy. That's still my worry with this. It could get a little bit grindy because I might think I want to try and play every single game so that then I can try and win as many points as possible and climb as far as possible. And then that could maybe start to grate on people a little bit. The grind to try and win a reward. But I like that there are some good rewards in there now. And yeah, just to bring it back here. It'd be quite interesting to try and win a mystery box in it. Yeah, I saw that about Kai Wagner. Match ticket to spend 500 euros on traveling. I like it. I like it a lot. Does anybody not like Rivals, or does anybody not like the announcement that they've made here? Is anybody seeing anything negative here that maybe we haven't we've missed basically? Is there anything that we've missed here, or anything that you guys can see an issue with, so we can talk about it? It's quite interesting as well that they almost resurrected Gerard Piqué, because for so long we haven't heard at all from Gerard Piqué. I think he was involved, wasn't he, in like some weird kind of insider, almost trading scandal on Sorare, where he was kind of like knowing about what was going on, and then he was like about transfers and stuff, and yeah, this was a long time ago. Like, he got embroiled in it a little bit, but everyone's kind of forgotten about it. Should have, if I win a match ticket, Free Tip Scout is getting it. Oh, thank you so much. Very kind offer. PK has his Kings League on Twitch. He does, yeah. I like the revamp with the rewards. Just don't like you can use rares and above. They should limit it to the limited scarcity maximum. Yeah, I've seen that as well. I've seen that. I also kind of, in a way, slightly agree with it. Especially if you're appealing to kind of like the newbies, right? The starters, then I feel like the limited scarcity is the starter scarcity. So then maybe just restrict it on that. And then if you want to start playing with the bigger scarcities, then that's the incentive to then get into pro, right? Because that's where you can then start to win rewards with your rare and your super rare. Maybe it's something they change in the future, but for now. I wanted more info of how to win the mystery box. Now I have to win a rivals match to know. Ah, okay. Yeah, so you basically wanted to know like how you can win it. At the moment, from what we've read, you need to win one game to start to open up the arena. But then in the arena, we don't know unless we can see it. In the arena, there's not, from what I can see, there's not like a prize pool where you have to get to a certain position or a certain rank to then win the the reward box. So I get what you're saying now, Manathabam. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like the reward boxes are available to win, but what exactly do you need to achieve to get them, right? So yeah, I agree. Maybe they're gonna make some more. They're gonna clarify on that. I wonder if anyone's asked them in the chat actually on that. Look, okay, I told you I would be back. Just as I was saying, wasn't I just saying, like, we haven't heard from PK at all? He's almost like disappeared on Sorare. And I love it that he said, okay, I told you I'd be back. Here he is again, the stranger. Oh, let's have a little look. Let's have a quick look here. Free to scout, go to your Galatasaray rivals team, have 8 minutes. Yeah, I probably need to do that, don't I? Probably do need to do it. Don't think anybody's asked it. It'll be a question that we need to ask though, won't it? For sure. What's our match here that we need to do? Go to your Galatasaray's rivals team, have 8 minutes. Where's our... Let's have a look at View More. My lineups, actually. This is the one, isn't it? Yeah, we have 6 minutes, right? We have 6 minutes. Let's do it. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. We might as well give this a proper go now, right? Oh, we don't have a lineup for it yet. I thought we did have a lineup for it. Okay, we don't have a lineup for it, so let's put a lineup out for this then. Thank you, Sorare Rec, for that, man. Let's do it. We've got 6 minutes, so you guys can see it again live how it kind of works, right? We have 6 minutes to get a lineup in, so it's very different from the normal mode where, you know, like you have to get your lineups in before a certain time. We can basically put our lineups together right up until the game starts, right? So we're going to do set the lineup. And then you can see here that we have Ali Varul, who says that he's starting, so it's great. Like, we don't have to worry about getting DMPs on here, really. We can pick the players that are starting. You can see that I can pick my rare players here. There's a big argument that I should be picking Ali Varul, but I'm not going to pick Ali Varul for Sivasspor going up against Galatasaray because he might get plus 25%, but he's probably going to be getting like plus 25% of like a score of 15. So what we're going to do, we're going to pick Muslera here. Of course, we're going to go hard on the Galatasaray guys. Camera is starting, which is pretty cool. We could pick Victor Nelson. Victor Nelson starting in defense. We've also got Bardaki as well, but he's 57, which is kind of high. Who's the forward? Oh, we need to have him in for sure. And then Zaha starting as well. Let's pick this guy as our only forward, I think. Maybe we do 2 forwards, actually. Yeah, look, Kerem's in there for 43. And then Lucas Torre is in there. So let's put him in there. Let's actually go a bit harder on the defender. Can we? If we put... No, that's not going to work. Because if we put him in, it's going to give us only 38. So let's do Victor Nelson. And then we have 50, which is enough for us to put in Zaha. So boom, like that. Nice and easy. Then continue. We're going to have the captaincy on him because he's an absolute baller. Press continue. And then this shows us the amount of passes that they're making. They're not like too big a passing team. It tells us that 87 accurate passes and we need to be hitting over 130. So it's actually not the right tactic for them. And then this is 2.7. So it's totted up the total for us, 2.7. On average, we need to be getting over 3, ideally over 6. So that's not the right tactic. 1.5 shots on goal. But against Sivasspor, I'd probably expect them to do a lot better. So I'm thinking that the 1.5, this all-out attack is probably the better one. Clearances, we don't need to do clearances here. And then Jules 1, they're pretty good for Jules 1, actually. They are averaging 12 as a team, and we need to get over 12. But I think I'm going to go for shots on goal here, because I'm expecting Galatasaray to really attack them. And I'm expecting, hopefully, that Ali Varul has many shots to save. Let's press continue. And there we go. We've done it. We've done it. So a big shout out again for Sorare Rec for reminding me of that. Yeah, sometimes it's not quite easy to see. You can see here that it's talking about the matches, but we didn't even see the Sivaspor game until we clicked view more. And then it shows us the next matches which are happening. And that one was happening now in 2 minutes time, right? And then later on tonight, we have the Africa Cup of Nations. And then kind of like tomorrow, not tomorrow, sorry. Then on, no, not later on tonight. On the 13th, sorry, the 13th of January. So in 2 days' time, we've got more games to do if we want to. So, like, it's a bit weird how they've structured it. Look, rather than you seeing the most immediate games which are coming up, they've structured it by the competition. So this game's happening on the 13th of January, 2 days' time. But we see this game higher up in the list instead of the La Liga game, which is happening tomorrow, because all the La Liga are grouped together, which is kind of makes sense, right? But then you should also have like an ability where you can sort them or filter them to show which are the games which are happening the soonest, right? So that you don't miss out on the games which are happening like sooner than the other games which are happening. Because you could like argue that technically there would be another game that's happening today, but it would be further down the list here because it's with the group of the other leagues that are playing, right? Like these games are happening tomorrow. These games are happening tomorrow, 13th of January. This one's happening tomorrow. Yeah, it's just like this here, I think just needs to be a lot more user-friendly. Oh, I need to accept my rivals, don't I? I do. Where are we at? Sorry. Go in here. What's my matchups here? Accept. Accept. Oh my God. Challenge, 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 everybody. I don't think they have time to accept anymore, do they? We'll give it a go. For whoever... Oh, we'll accept all these as well. There we go. Ooh, with 27 seconds left to go. Accept all there. There we go. There we go. So if you guys challenge me for the Sivaspor Galatasaray game, then yeah, we're rivals now. We're going head to head and we're going to see who comes out on top. Funny thing is, you guys can see my team, right? You know what I'm running. So you could just match me, but probably you won't. Maybe you know something I don't. But yeah, I think that's quite a cool team. I'm happy with it. I think there needs to be a better way to see the whole team here. It's a little bit too small. Like, I think they need to do it like horizontally, no? So that then you have the goalkeeper, then the defender, then the midfielder, rather than kind of bunching it up like that. I think it would be better if it was horizontal. As we see in the pro, is when we go into pro and we're looking at a lineup, we click on the lineup and it shows us it horizontally, that it's just a lot easier to see rather than having it all really tied up like that and bunched up. Don't quite like that. So yeah, cool. Also, it's quite interesting for me to know, I don't think that we can hit the threshold. Yeah, I don't think we can hit the threshold. I don't think we can hit the threshold this midweek because we need Ali Varul to basically hit a score of around 70, 80. And I as you saw, I think that Ali Varul is probably going to hit like a bad score, which is why we didn't even select him. Varul to get 100. If Varul gets 100, oh my God, we're going to be like on cloud 9, aren't we, Robbie? Yeah. And now I'm probably going to be regretting it that I had an Ali Varul rare card, but I didn't select a rare card in Rivals to get the additional 25%, right? If he hits like a mad score now, we're going to look so dumb that we didn't pick Ali Varul rare in this type of competition. Need Galatasaray to ball out today. Need 430 points to get first in All-Star. Good luck to you, man. Good luck to you, Sorare Rec. What are you going to do with Tucci? He moved. I'm going to keep him. Yeah, I'm keeping him for the long term. One of the reasons why I need to keep him is because I bought him for £50. He's gone up, actually, Tucci's gone up a little bit. Wow. So he was selling for around 23, 25 pounds. He's now, his last auction today was for 36 pounds, and I bought him for 50 pounds. I'm keeping hold of him because I really like this guy. And even though he has now moved to a club that's not covered, I don't want to take a loss on a player that I'm very happy with. And also, Sparta Prague are still in Europe, so I will still get some utility out of him. I'll get some midweek utility out of him, so he could actually be amazing for us in the midweek games. Yeah, like if I wanted to sell him, then I really should have done it before he then made the move to Sparta Prague. But I didn't even know he moved to Sparta Prague until I think it was FIFA in the chat. Last week. I think he mentioned on the stream, and I was like, oh, wow, really? I had no idea. And then I looked at it, and I was like, oh, shit, yeah, he has moved. And I just didn't know about it until it happened. So we're locked in on him now. But he's a cool player to be locked in on because he's only 23. I'm pretty sure he'll end up playing for the Albanian national team in the future if he can continue to develop the way he's doing. So, yeah. Right, so do check out Rivals, guys. We've also put our team together for Barcelona Osasuna, which is happening later on tonight. So check it out. Check Rivals out. It's the new kind of game mode. It's still in the beta, so bear with it. But you can win some prizes in there now, and yeah, you can start fully checking it out. What we're going to do for now, because we've kind of done our Rivals, is what we're going to do. Unless we've missed anything more on Sorare. So funny that they just like launched the Rivals out of nowhere. Challenge your first friend on Sorare Rivals. You'll be entered for a chance to win one of 5 jerseys. So you guys could do that too. They've got this guy as well, Nacho Heraz. Who's part of the marketing. This guy here, I think, is a footballer, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. This guy here, who also plays Sorare. They've got him part of the marketing for that as well. Yeah. Should we watch just before we move it on? Hello to Jeremy as well, Jeremy83. Let's watch the last bit again. Let's watch the last bit again.
Bro, gotta respect your game on Rivals. I might sign you for my league.
I'm happy to be your coach when you become Barca president one day.
Today, Sorare Rivals. Your passion rewarded.
Oh dear. That is proper cringe, but I like it. I like the market, and I like the video. Again, of course, they're always going to use John on it now, Nellis, but yeah. They've done a good job there, though. They've done a pretty good job. It's just a little bit cringe at the end. Right. Let's move it on to doing our lineups now. So let's get our Cap 240 rare sorted for the weekend, guys, right? How's it going, Jeremy, by the way? Right. Let's take everybody out of here. Let's approach the game week from fresh, because I've put some players in, but I don't really know why I put them in. So now let's do it properly. Okay, we have Hervey Kofi and we have Ali Varul. Now, Ali Varul has an away game to Samsunspor, and Hervey Kofi has a home game against, technically a home game. I don't think it is, actually, because where's that game being played? Where's the AFCON being played, actually? So it's the first game of the African Cup of Nations for Burkina Faso. And this is happening in the Ivory Coast. Okay. Yeah, it's happening in the Ivory Coast. So it's not a home game for Burkina Faso. They have a good record against this country. And I quite like, look at the difference in ranking, 57, 105. I was thinking about picking Hervey Kofi here, because I think I like that game more than I do Ali Varul against Samson Spor, who have the likes of Carlo Holst, and they have Erkin Kara, and they have a few other players, but I just think that they're going to score against Ali Varul. They have Abubakari Koita. Oh, they do, don't they? Yeah, they do. Let's have a look at their team, actually. Before we write them off, we should look at their team. We should look at their players in general. Yeah. There's Abubakari Koita. Kamara. Suleimane Dukara as well. He's probably, from my understanding, he's probably one of the better players that they've got. Koita. They've got Papi Bar in there as well. Okay. What's the we need to look at the odds, I think. I think the odds here are going to help us to work out what we need to do with this game. So if we put in Burkina. So Burkina Faso, sorry, are 1.67 to win. The draw's at 3.3. That value there is quite telling, because the draw being at 3.3 means that there's probably a strong chance this could be a draw. Both teams to score yes is 2.25, no is 1.6. So that is a big spread. That is a huge difference between the two markets there, which indicates that they're pretty sure it's probably going to be no. Otherwise, they wouldn't price that so high, because if they get that wrong, they're going to end up paying a lot out to punters, right? So if they were a little bit unsure, or if they were very unsure, that would be a much smaller difference between the no and the yes market. So maybe the no market would be 1.6, and then the yes market would be 1.8. So they could reduce their liability. The fact that they put them at 2.25 for both teams to score is really high. So I don't think we should be expecting lots of goals in this. And look, under 2.5 is 1.5. Again, it's a big difference between over 2.5. And this is what I was thinking. This is what I was already suspecting, like looking at this game and thinking, okay, I don't really rate these two African teams. I don't expect them to be able to deliver like a crazy scoreline. And now I'm seeing the odds here. It's confirming what I was thinking. So I think that we actually do put Hervey Kofi in. Let's also go on Play Sharper. I wonder if on Play Sharper, we're already getting predictions for it. African Cup of Nations, Burkina Faso, there's no lineups for it at the moment. It's the only game, actually, that doesn't have projected lineups yet. That's a little bit interesting, but I know that Hervey Kofi is the number one, so we should be fine. So I think I want to do that. But then we have a little bit of a problem. We have a little bit of a problem, I think, because we have Chidozie, but I don't think that Chidozie plays for Nigeria. I'd like him to prove me wrong, but I don't think so. Like, he does, he's part of the team, but he doesn't actually really play for them. He doesn't get in the team. So we shouldn't be looking at him. He's going to be more of like a backup sub player for the national team. Samba Camara, we could look at if we were going to stack him, I think, with Ali Varul. Because we're not thinking about stacking, we're not thinking about playing Ali Varul. I don't think we should be looking at Camara. But the problem is that if we don't look at Camara, then our options are Papi and Arda, who have a home game against Fenerbahce. And to be honest with you, I really don't want to target that fixture. That is such a horrible fixture to pick. Like, you shouldn't be targeting the team that are top, that have only lost one game, that have scored 56 goals And away from home, they scored 23. And when you look at Gaziantep have not been that good at home this season. Look, they've lost 4. They haven't conceded many, but I don't think they have a good record against Fenerbahce. I mean, most teams don't have a good record against Fenerbahce. Look, Fenerbahce have won 6, Gaziantep have won 2. And if we looked at the last meetings between these two teams, then we're probably going to find that there were crazy amounts of goals scored, which there were, and that probably Fenerbahce have scored 3 or 4 against them quite consistently. Here we go. Look, 2-1, 2-1, 3-2. Gaziantep won 3-2, which is probably a very big upset. But then 3-1, 3-1. It's too many goals being scored here. African games I find to be low scoring. The third gala game going to be like 4-0. Maybe Pappy at AFCON. That's something that I didn't think about. Should we check it? We might need to check that one. What nationality is Pappy again? Senegal. Okay. I don't think he is, but let's check it. Let's check it on Play Sharper. Let's bring up the Senegal squad. There was a page that I found on the BBC, the BBC AFCON squad. There's a page, I'll share it in the link. Here we go, squads for the tournament. This is from 2 days ago, right? So this page will tell you all of the teams, right? Yeah, look, all of the players for these squads, right? So I'm going to share this page in the chat. I was looking at it the other day and I thought it was really useful. So let's share it to everyone here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I didn't think that he was part of the international team anymore. I thought he'd kind of almost hung his boots up with the international team. We'll check it now. He's not there at all, is he? No. He's not there at all. I would have been surprised if he would have been called up because he's a little bit too old, but I wasn't even thinking of it, so I'm glad you mentioned it because it is definitely something we needed to check. But yeah, he's not part of it. So we don't have to worry about Pappy not... We don't, to be fair, even if Pappy was not... Yeah, if he was with the national squad, we would have had to have checked whether he was going to play or not, but he isn't. He didn't play the last game because he was suspended, but he's back for the next game. I just don't think we want him. I don't think we want to play him. Which makes me think that we should be playing Samba Camara, but then if we play Samba Camara, we might as well then play Ali Varul. What I'm thinking about here, in case you're wondering, right, is that we're trying to figure out who's going to give us the best chance of good scoring, good reliable scoring that will help us get over the line for 280, and who has the potential here to deliver like a car crash of a score. And obviously you don't want to have a car crash score in Cap 240, which is going to massively hurt your chances to hit the threshold. Now, when I look at the Fenerbahce fixtures here, or the Fenerbahce fixture against Gaziantep, this fixture for me worries me because someone like Pappy, someone like Arda, if they end up conceding 3 goals or something, they're going to deliver us like scoring that's really too low to help us hit the threshold. They could also deliver a masterclass in their AA because they're probably going to be under loads of pressure. Like Galatasaray are going to be attacking them all the time. They might even be able to make some last man tackles or clearances off the line. How did Pappy do the last time that they played Fenerbahce? Let's have a look. You'd play Arda, would you? I think if I play anyone, it's going to be Pappy over Arda. Look, the last time the Gaziantep played Fenerbahce and Pappy played, he got a score of 30. And this is my point. We don't, that score, if we pick a player and they get that score for us, because we were already worried that they were going to deliver like a bad score because it's too difficult a fixture, that is going to kill our chances basically to hit the threshold. Like a 30 is too low from your defender when you're relying on your defender to give you like a monster AA of around 20 or 15 or something, right? Which isn't even technically a monster AA, but it's good for threshold. Look, he also got 22 the last time they played them at home. Then he got 31. So you can see the pattern that's emerging here. It's not good. Then he got 30 in a 3-2 win against Fenerbahce. So far, he's not hit a score of over 40 whenever he's played Fenerbahce. He did do it here, but he only done it because he got a last man tackle clearance off the line. His AA was shocking. That was back in 2021. And then here he got a score of 43 in a 3-1 win against Fenerbahce. So he doesn't do good. He doesn't do good against Fenerbahce. We will look at Arda now. We'll look at Arda. Oh, it's better to go in here, isn't it? Here we go. We can look at Arda here. I'd be surprised if Arda scores better, like significantly better against Fenerbahce. But I'd also, I need to see it. I can't just assume it. I need to see it, right? So we're going to do Control F. We're going to look at Fener here, right? And he's got 6 instances of that. Oh, look. So he scored the goal the last time they played, which gave him a score of 60. His AA was really bad, though, minus 4.94, right? Then before that, he was on the bench. Then before that, he was on the bench. Then before that, he got a score of 61, but that was for a different team that he was playing for, but he done pretty well. And then before that, he got a score of 28 because he was a sub. So he's actually done better. But it's still not enough, I don't think, to convince me that we need to be looking at him. So I think what we're going to do instead, I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to switch out now Hervey Kofi, because realistically, if we don't play Arda and if we don't play Pappy, then we're going to play Samba Camera. And if we're going to play Samba Camera, we are going to play him with Ali Varol. So if we take out Hervey Kofi, we put Ali Varol back in, we put Samba Camera in for the defensive stack there, which to be honest with you, I'm not that convinced, because I mentioned that I don't really like this fixture for Sivasspor away with the attacking players that Samsunspor have. With Ali Varol, I know that he's not going to keep a clean sheet. He never does. But what we can expect from him is for him to give us scores of like mid-50 because he does enough in his AA. So he'd probably concede 1 or 2 here, but he would likely still be able to give us a score of 50, which could still be enough for us to hit the threshold. The thing with Samba Camera is that we would need him to start as well. Camera is not always guaranteed to start. So there's also a little bit of a risk there. Midfielder-wise, we have a few options. The one that I really wanted to play was Luke Browers, but you guys were telling me that Browers was injured. Browers' injury doesn't seem so bad as expected. He could be on the team this weekend. Wow, okay. Thank you, Robbie. I wonder if that's reflected on Play Sharper. It might be. Yeah. So Browers is only at 30%. Oh, wow. That looks really bad, doesn't it? That doesn't really work on Play Sharper at the moment. Like the chat basically overlays on the rest of the information. Why do you think Tahiri will play and not Browers? And the response is injury troubles for Browers, left training camp on crutches, but apparently not as bad as expected. So he's not out of this game completely, but probably will be some training news before the deadline. Okay. So if we assume that we can't play Luke Browers because he's not going to be available, like he's not going to start. Marco John's not ready yet. Robin Malone doesn't tend to play at the moment, and if he was expected to play, which I don't think he is at all, but if he was, then I'd probably look at him. But he doesn't get into the starting lineup at the moment. He very rarely even comes off the bench, which is really frustrating. No, it's quite a good fixture for Robin Malone, but we can't rely on him at the moment. Sander van der Streek, no, he's much more of like a sub player. Patrick Wimmer, what's the deal with Patrick Wimmer? I have no idea when Patrick Wimmer is supposed to be returning. Let's actually go on Bully News, because maybe Bully News has some news on Patrick Wimmer. Sancho's gone back to Dortmund as well, which I'm happy for Sancho. I think it's only a loan, but it's better that he's playing football rather than just like sitting on the bench doing nothing. Also, the really bizarre one was that Eric Dyer has joined Bayern, which I think is super bizarre. I think it's good business from Tottenham though, because apparently Dyer only has about 4 months left or so on his contract. So the fact that they were able to get I think they were able to get a transfer fee out of Bayern, I think, for that. Did it say? I think, yeah, I retweeted it earlier from Fabrizio Romano. It's a bizarre one, but if you're Eric Dyer, you're obviously going to go to Bayern, right? If Bayern come calling, you just say yes, don't you? And you go. Yeah, it was 4 million, wasn't it? Yeah, cool. That's actually pretty smart from Tottenham, because if they didn't get that done, then he could just leave, right? For nothing. Dyer found a genie's lamp. is the only explanation. Harry Kane must have like said something amazing about Eric Dyer to Tuchel for him to now be at Bayern, right? He's not gonna start. He shouldn't start Eric Dyer. But I actually think that I'm happy for Eric Dyer that he's gone to join Bayern, because it's a massive club, isn't it? And he's never going to get that opportunity again. Kane probably bought Dyer, yeah, not Bayern. Right, what we need to do, we need to look at Wolfsburg here. Okay, so still no mention of Patrick Wimmer. I'm a big fan of Patrick Wimmer, but he is made of glass and he's always injured. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Let's have a look here. Bundesliga. I wonder if the expert has talked about Patrick Wimmer at all. This is so... Here we go. Look, any news about Wimmer come back? What will his role look like after coming back? And there's a response here. He's close. Look, he's close apparently, because he has been out for a while, which is why I wanted to check that. So maybe Patrick Wimmer's not going to be available for this game, but now that the expert's saying that he's close, it means that I can start to think about Patrick Wimmer again real soon. And one of the reasons why I wanted to check Patrick Wimmer is that something that you guys might notice as well. Actually, let's not do that. Let's go into my gallery and let's go into the roster prices here. Something that you guys might notice is that when you look at your players on Sorare data and you see the roster values, right? Something that always catches my eye is when I see a player increasing in value and I don't almost know why. And Patrick Wimmer was increasing in value recently. Yeah, here. He got sold on the 28th for back up to £40. And it sort of piqued my curiosity because I bought him for £40 a long time ago. And then he was kind of hovering around 25. So I wondered, when I saw that, I thought, oh, is there some news like he's maybe going to be back real soon, but then he's returned back to 25 or so again. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. Right. So we're not looking at Vimmer then. We could look at Billy Mitchell, but Billy Mitchell has an L 15 to 37. We really need to play Billy Mitchell in cap 220, I think. Ogden, we could look at. He's a defensive midfielder that will probably have a lot to do against Fenerbahce. Karimi, we could look at too, but he's got an away game against Galatasaray, and I really don't want to pick him against that opponent. I've got some issues here because what I almost want to do here is I want to pick Ogden. Because I don't mind picking a defensive midfielder against a really tough opponent like Fenerbahce, because he will have a lot to do. Which means he'll be getting stuck in with tackles, trying to win duels, winning headers, trying to make interceptions. And that's kind of what we want him to do. We want him to have that tough game, so he has to work really hard so that his AA is really good. The problem that we've got, this is the big problem. The problem that we've got is that we actually don't have a load of great fixtures for most of our players. So I think I know what I'm going to do here for the threshold. And it's almost forcing my hand a little bit. Daryl Dyke, for example. Daryl Dyke we're probably going to use in cap 220 because he's now back and he has no cost whatsoever. I think this is what we need to do. João Figueiredo has a home game against Alanyaspor. Thomas Henry has a home game against Empoli, which is actually really good. Yeah. Here's what we're going to do, right? And this is why when you're putting your lineups together for Pro, not for Rivals, but for Pro, because you can put your lineup together for Rivals in like 2 minutes, right? As we showed on the stream. When you put your lineups together for Pro, it's so important that you try and do it as early as you can before the game week starts, because you will go through this process where you will think a player's good, but then you'll look at the next player and they won't be good, and you'll be having to chop and change to go through several different drafts, right? Several different versions of your final team before you then land on the final version. And we were initially going with Hervé Kofi. Then we were thinking to Hervé Kofi and then Samba Camara. But then if we're going to do Camara, we need to have Ali Varul. And so now we're going to change it back again. Because now, when we've looked at the midfielders and we've looked at our extra position here, we don't have a nice, perfect team. And so now what I'm thinking is that we need to try and maximize the stack potential. And if that stack pays off for us, great. If it doesn't, we didn't really have many other better options anyway. So what we're going to do, we're going to take Ali Varul out, Camera out. We're going to return Hervé Kofi in here. We're going to put defensively Pappy. And then as the extra, we're going to put Arda, all right? Which isn't great. We're doubling down on the defensive duo against Fenerbahce. And as I said, he hasn't scored that good against Fenerbahce. He doesn't have a good record. He has an okay record. It's just a horrible, horrible game. But one of the reasons we're doing that is because Luke Browers is probably not going to play. Ali Karimi, he is a starter, but I don't want to play him. He has an away game against Galatasaray, which is even worse than a home game against Fenerbahce. Billy Mitchell, we need to be playing in a low cap division like cap 220. And with Billy Mitchell, he's never really guaranteed to start. So I wouldn't risk playing him in cap 240, which could then sabotage our chances to hit the threshold. Patrick Vimmer's not ready. Sander van den Streek's not a regular starter. Robin Molon isn't a regular starter and hardly ever plays at the moment. Marco John's injured. So when we go through our options here, aside from Luke Browers, right, Ogden is probably the one that we need to play here. So if we're going to play Ogden, we might as well commit to a Fenerbahce, the Gaziantep stack as much as we can. We might as well go full on it. So we do Ogden in there. And then as our forward, Max Allen Gradle is with the AFCON squad, but he's probably not going to play. He's certainly not going to be a starter. And we can see it here when we go on to play Sharper and we look at the Ivory Coast, okay, because he's plays for the Ivory Coast. And then what you'll see is that, and this chat's really annoying. There we go. What you'll see is that he's not even mentioned here at all. He's not a starter. He's like the backup. So we wouldn't play Max Allen Gradle. Thomas Henry has a really good fixture. The problem with Thomas Henry is that you never really know when he's going to start. So I think that I would put him in Cap 220. Even if he doesn't start, he usually comes off the bench and scores a goal. But realistically, we should be trying to target a starter, and we should be trying to target a forward that also gives us the potential to hit a score of 50, 60 without a goal. And Figueiredo can do that, but Thomas Henry can't. Thomas Henry will only hit a score of 60 points or more if he gets a decisive. So for hitting the threshold, we need to be thinking about multiple routes to hit that points total, not just looking at a forward that has no AA and then we're just purely relying on him getting a goal or an attacking return. Because if he doesn't do it, we're only going to get a score of like 30 or 35, 40. And that's just not good enough. We can take that risk a little bit more in Cap 220. And Thomas Henry has an L15 of 40, which is actually perfect for Cap 220, way better than threshold. So what we're going to do is we're going to put João Figueiredo in there. And then captaincy-wise, I think what we're going to do, actually, which is a little bit bizarre, I actually think that we're going to have as the captaincy Hervey Kofi. I think Hervey Kofi has a good chance to get a clean sheet and then maybe make a lot of saves as well. So he could hit us like a big score of 80 or something. Yeah, Captain Kofi. Yeah, exactly. Like when we look at it here, I'm so glad that Robbie was on the same wavelength as me there. When we look at it, we don't really want to captain the Gaziantep guys there, right? Because it's already a bit of a risk and it's already a bit of a bad play that they're already in the lineup. We don't want to almost make that even worse by captaining them, because then if they do bad, we're captaining somebody who does really bad. João Figueiredo, we could captain. He has a good chance to do well here. Very inconsistent. And he didn't start in the last game, but I'm hoping he starts in this next one. He could do well, but I think that actually this is one of those games where Hervey Kofi is shouting out to me and saying, give me the captaincy because I will hit you like a big score of 80 or 70 or something like that. So we're going to give it to him. We never really captain goalkeepers because it's not really the best strategy to do in Sorare. But for this fixture, I'm thinking that this is probably the one we're going to do. So we're going to confirm that, right? And then once we've confirmed it, what we'll do is we'll go immediately to Sorare data and we'll see whether Sorare data agrees or disagrees with this lineup here. I've had 2 times a goalkeeper's captain with 80 plus score. Yeah, Gazzy will not do very bad. You don't think so, Arthur? You think Gazzy will do quite good? I hope you're right, man. I can't really see it, though. Happy for Sancho. As a United fan, he needs game time and a good team where he'll thrive. The new number 10 will cook at Dortmund. I agree. Yeah, Jadon Sancho, I'm so happy that he's moved. Too good to be sitting on the bench and being discarded and neglected and ignored. Let's go to the lineup builder here. Game week 441. We go on to Cap 240 Rare, right? And then what we do, Hervey Kofi apparently has a projection here that he's out. We need to keep an eye on that. I don't think so. I think he'll be starting. But if he's not starting, then it will completely change our team again. So if we've done a suggested lineup, it's not going to pick Hervey Kofi because he's not even projected from 20 to even be starting. just like a 1-0 win for Fenerbahce. You have no idea how we're all buzzing in Dortmund at the moment. I bet you are, yeah. It's like the return of the prodigy, isn't it? It's the return of the golden son. I'd be buzzing. If I was a Dortmund fan, I'd be buzzing that Man United have taken one of the best young players from the last few years, and they basically just like they fucked it up, and that now you're going to get somebody that's going to start smashing it for you again. Because if you're Sancho, you've got an even bigger point to prove now, haven't you? Because you're like, well, Man United bought me, they knew what I was about, and they didn't use me. So now I'm going to go back to Dortmund and I'm going to show Ten Hag, because obviously he doesn't get on with Ten Hag. If I was Sancho, I'd be saying, I'm going to go and show everyone, including the manager, why they didn't play me and like how it was a mistake that they didn't use me. Because it's not even like Man United are doing amazing. Like Anthony, for example, Anthony is playing in the wide positions, but Sancho isn't. Make it make sense. Honestly, it's so bad. And so if I was Sancho, I would be like, I definitely have a point to prove, and I'm going to prove it, and I'm going to make them look so stupid that they were playing the likes of Anthony, and they were playing, like Rashford, who's not even been that great this season, and they didn't even give me a look in. I'm going to go and score loads of goals. I'm going to provide loads of assists for Dortmund, and then they're going to be coming back to me with their hands out to say we're sorry. I will be cringing when people say, look at Sancho now, you were wrong about him. He's not going to flop. He's definitely not going to flop. He won't flop. He's too good. He's too good. He's an absolute fan favourite. Our shop collapsed after the announcement, did it? He's 10 times better than Anthony, I agree. He's so much better than Anthony. The fact that Ten Hag is just like, I like Anthony, that's the thing. I do like him, but he needs to have more end product. He has no end product. Whereas Sancho, he actually has the end product. When he's played for Man United, he's shown he has some end product. The problem is that Ten Hag and him have just fallen out. So he's just never going to get a look in again. But Ten Hag almost needed to park his ego a little bit and give Sancho, like, find a way to ease Sancho back in, because Ten Hag at the moment and Man United at the moment have been shocking. And then they basically got this like golden boy that could be the answer to a lot of their problems, creativity-wise, attacking-wise. They're struggling for goals, Man United. They've got someone that can create and score goals that they've just been like sitting. They've just been they've exiled to the reserves. It's like, what are you doing? And now, of course, they've now sent him to Dortmund, and it's win-win for Dortmund. And it's such a loss for Man United that they basically messed up on one of the biggest English talents, in my opinion. United paying 100 million for Anthony is the biggest scam ever, honestly. That agent that got that deal done is like the best salesman ever. He's like the best salesman ever. Imagine. He must have been thinking all throughout the process, this is my payday. This is my moment to set myself up for the rest of my life by selling a player who's worth nowhere near 100 million to one of the biggest muggy clown clubs right now. And I can say that because I am a fan of Man United, but they're an absolute clown club, the way they do business in the transfer market. I'm gonna make and I'm gonna bleed this club for everything that I can. And he's done it. And he must be sitting on the beach somewhere in the Barbados, like sipping pina coladas, thinking, like, Man United, I love that club because they made my life. United needs a real number 9. What United need, you're right. United do need, they brought in Rasmus Højlund, who's great, right? But they also needed to bring in someone a bit more experienced. They needed to bring in Kane and Højlund. They needed to bring in those two players, right? You need someone who's proven to get you goals, right, in the Premier League, or someone who's just like a proper proven goal scorer and like is at a further level in their career, who can then help to develop someone like Højlund by playing together. But what they've done was they basically just brought in Højlund, and they're like, he's the solution. He's going to be getting us goals left, right, and center, and he can do it, but he hasn't been doing it so far because he needed another partner. And the problem with Man United is that because they don't have another forward, another proper forward, like they then have their options. If it's not working with Højlund, they think, let's put Rashford up front. Rashford is not comfortable playing up front. He's a better winger player coming in on side, right? He's like an inside forward. So they're like, let's put Martial up front. Martial, who's like, what? I think he's been at the club for like 8 or 9 years now. And I think he's got something like, has he got something like less than 100 goals or something? He struggled for goals. I think he's got 100 or less than 100 goals, something like that, over 9 years. We know what Martial's about. He's not a prolific goal scorer. He's not lived up to the hype. So the way Man United done their transfer business was embarrassing because Højlund was great, but we needed a Kane. We needed like another proper forward, like a complete forward, somebody that can hold the ball up, somebody that can be good in the air, somebody that can like tie the play up, somebody can run in between the lines and beat the last man, beat defensive lines. We needed like a Haaland. Haaland's like a kind of complete type of forward. We didn't get it. We didn't get it. Yeah, right. Højlund is not enough at all, no. Getting Karim Benzema. They tried to get Benzema, didn't they, Man United? A long time ago when Sir Alex Ferguson was still in charge of Man United. He really wanted Benzema, but Benzema didn't want to leave Real Madrid. Because at the time, Benzema, when we tried to get him, Benzema wasn't really the main man at Real Madrid, and everyone knew how good he was. And so, like, Sir Alex basically offered an olive branch to say, look, if you come to us, you'll be the main man, and you'll be doing very well. But fair play to Benzema because he felt in a way that Real Madrid was a bigger club, which, you know, technically they're pretty big, aren't they? And he actually just wanted to, he knew he was at one of the biggest clubs already in the world and that he wanted to eventually fight and get that place, which he knew he could get. And he done it. So fair play to him. Benzema is the man they need. Greenwood will get back on the club. He will. Yeah, you know he will. You know that's literally, that's where the story's going with it, isn't it? That Greenwood's going to eventually return. That's why they loaned him out. That's why they loaned him out, because they don't want to sell him. They basically just loaned him out so that all the attention could like die down. And then hopefully by the time the season comes to an end, no one's talking about Greenwood anymore. And it's kind of like water under the bridge. And then they can just almost sneakily bring him back in and start to integrate him back into the team. I agree with you. I think that's where it's going. Rashford playing up front is like a duck out of water. Kane was a transfer we missed out of. That would have made sense alongside the signing of Højlund. Absolutely. Like, Kane was the one to get along with Højlund. Big time. If Man United got Kane and Højlund, I think the whole team would have been so much better. Would be actually challenging a bit more for top three. We really would. We'd still have loads of problems defensively, but at least we would know that Harry Kane could bail us out of them by scoring a hat-trick or a couple of goals each game. The way it is at the moment is that you know that Man United are probably going to concede and they're going to be so bad defensively, but then you don't actually trust that they can score enough goals to bail themselves out of it, because they can't. There's no creativity, there's no clinicalness up front, there's no prolificness. I don't even think that's a word, but there's no like clinicalness up front. You wouldn't like look at the forward, any forward or any player at Man United right now and say that player has a hat trick in them, right? But you can look at Harry Kane pretty much every game and say he's got a hat trick in him. He could easily score a hat trick because he's so good up front and he's so good at taking his chances, right? So I agree. I already called out Boniface when he was still at Bodo. Look at him now. Yeah, me too. To be honest with you, I wouldn't have said though at Bodo that Boniface would have made the move to Man United, because if we're honest about it, Boniface at Bodo was good, but Boniface wasn't that good at Bodo, and he didn't even play a lot of games for Bodo. So he almost needed to make another move before he could make that move to a big club. So, yeah, Boniface should have really been tracked a lot harder by Man United, so that they then tried to get Boniface when he was at USG, and then they were like, okay, let's bring that guy in, because now we're convinced he's taken the step up to the next level. He's getting more goals. We already liked him at Bodo. Now let's get him in before another big club comes in and poaches Boniface from USG, right? And of course, Man United, because they're so inept and they're so incompetent at the moment with their recruitment, they let that one completely go, like completely pass them by. And you're right, it would have been a good one too. What's happened? I've just had a goal alert. What's happened? I think that, yeah, Sivasspor have just conceded. So it's 1-0. Who scored? Oh, look at that. Kerem Demirbay and Zaha. And those are two guys that we have in our rivals team, guys. Look, let's go and have a look at our rivals team. That's a rivals masterclass pick right there, isn't it? Rivals. And then if we go into that, what was that about? We go into my lineups here right now. What the hell's going on? Why can't we see our lineups here right now? Oh, because we have to go into my lineups, don't we? Oh, I hate that. That's so bad. They like the navigation is so like unintuitive. You know, like I'm thinking to myself here, and even though I've been playing it for a while, my natural inclination is to think, right, I want to check my rivals out, right? I want to check my rivals lineup out. So then I go into rivals, right? And then I want to see my lineups, okay? And you have my lineups here, but it's only showing like the games that haven't started yet, okay? I want to see my actual rivals lineups, which are in play right now. If I want to see that, I can't see it in rivals. I have to go into my lineups here, and then I have to go into rivals here, and then I can see it here. And it's like, what the freaking hell is that about? That is such poor navigation. That's something that me and so many other managers told Sorare when they redesigned this game lobby, but like it's not intuitive. That's not the initial thing that you want to, that's not the pathway that initially comes to your mind when you want to see your rivals lineup. You go into rivals and you expect to see your current live lineup in rivals. And I hate this navigation. I hope they change it, because it's really annoying, and it's just not a natural pathway to find your lineup. Thank you also to iBot for the follow. You don't have a problem with it, Arthur? How can you not have a problem with that? How can you not have a problem with that? Like, here's my problem with what you just said there, is that if you go into rivals, right, you should be able to see all of your lineups that you've entered in rivals, because it's rivals, right? So why can I not see my live lineups in rivals? Why can I not see all of my rivals lineups in there? Like, why? You know what I mean? Like, that logically doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense at all. Now, you could say, well, you can see your lineups, your live lineups in the lineups, right? But you should also be able to see them in the actual game mode as well. So that then if I just want to see all of my live lineups all together, I click on here. But then maybe if I go onto Rivals and I'm already in Rivals, right? I'm checking out Rivals and like I'm checking out the matches and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, let's have a look at all my lineups that I've entered into Rivals at the moment, right, for this week. And I click here and it shows me the two here. And then it also has like a separate section, so you can divide it, where like these are the upcoming Rivals lineups. And then I scroll down and it tells me the live lineups, right? So I know you say you don't have a problem with it, but I have a problem that you don't have a problem with it, because it's not even something here it's difficult to do. Like, this should just be in this section. And then if you decide to see that information in this section, fine. But if you don't, if you're not interested in that information, fine too. But at least it's there, right? And so one of the reasons why like I'm talking about it is because these decisions here is like a pattern where like there are decisions that are made that actually just really don't make sense. And we see it time and time again. So anyways, right, we can find it here in the lineup, but technically and hopefully in the future, you can find your actual, all of your rivals lineups also when you click on rivals, right? Because when we go into pro, right, we can see the lineups, can't we? When we go into pro, no? Go into my lineups here. No, we can't either, look. We can't even see the live lineups for it. So this is another thing that I think is a bit weird, like this section. Let's have a little look. Paolo, hey, we have the same team in the matchup. I have Zaha as the captain. Oh, we are definitely big rivals then. Love it. Zaha as the captain, that's probably done you better, right? Or maybe not. I don't know, actually. Let's have a quick look. We didn't really look at the score. So we're winning 12 of 17. At the moment, they've already got 2 shots on goal, so we're already getting the plus 10 bonus, you know, which is why we picked it. We've gone up against Dominho here, who's picked, wow, look, he's got the DMP players and stuff. So this is obviously somebody that just put the lineup together and then almost forgot when it was happening, and then didn't check the lineup and didn't check who was starting and who wasn't, right? Ali Varul, by the way, Ali Varul's on a score of 47, which I actually think is pretty good. It's just a shame that our other players haven't done that great. The other thing that annoys me a little bit about Rivals, right? I don't know whether this annoys you a little bit too, is that it shows you the score, but then you can't see the breakdown of the score as you can in Pro. So, for example, Zaha's on 68, and I'd love to be able to click on the score or click on Zaha and then actually kind of like see how he's getting that points. And so that's like a missed opportunity because Sorare are not even teaching new players how the scoring works, right? So if you sign up to Sorare today and you started getting involved in the rivals, you would see that this player has a score of 68, but you wouldn't really know why he has a score of 68, right? I'm clicking on it. It doesn't open up anything. So it's just like, it's another bizarre design decision that seems really like an obvious, a really basic one. That like, okay, you can see the score, but how does the score work? You know, I'm new to Sorare, for example. I'd love to know why he's getting 68. I'd love to know why he's getting 64. And on Pro, of course, when you go into Pro, you go into my lineups here and you go into Pro, there's already that functionality. So if I want to know, for example, why Ali Varul's on a score of 50, I can click on the score and it brings this little pop-up, right? And then it tells me the breakdown. So I know it's a beta and they're going to be improving it, but stuff like that I would have already expected, to be honest with you, to be in the game for this open beta. That if you are trying to introduce a new game mode to new players, then it's also just a good opportunity to try and show them how the scoring works in the game mode, right? By offering this type of functionality where they can then think, okay, so he's got 47 and the breakdown is this here, which maybe I don't know yet, but I can at least start to get used to it by seeing that this is 2 different types of scores, right? I mean, maybe one of the reasons why they haven't done it is because they don't want to confuse people, especially new players, of like decisive scoring and AA scoring and how all of that complexity kind of works. But I also think it's a missed opportunity where you can show it, and then if they want to get more information, you could almost have like a little icon where you can click on it, and then it links to either the page where they have the full scoring matrix, which can then explain how the scoring works in full detail, or it brings up a pop-up box, and then it then shows them a very small breakdown and a very simplified explanation of like how their scoring matrix works, right? So I think it's a missed opportunity. Seems like people who design these things are arrogant. I don't think they're arrogant, but I think what they are is that they are not able to put the design together with the perspective of a new user. So they almost just put it together, and I think that even though they are testing it with new users, I don't feel like enough of the new user feedback is coming through and being combined with the existing user feedback. Because, for example, a new user wouldn't actually pick up on that, right? So this might actually be an instance where the new user would just accept that, right? Because the new user doesn't know any different. They would just see the score and they would think, okay, fine, right? Some might be thinking, I don't know how that score works, but they might just be like, okay, he's scoring 68. But then if you spoke to an existing user, like me, for example, I would say, as part of feedback on this, I would say, well, this is great, but I would also like the new user to be able to understand a little bit about how this works. And as an existing user, when I'm playing Rivals, I want to be able to see in the screen how that player's scoring. Because maybe you've picked a team and a player that you don't know at all, you've never selected, and then you see that a player's on like 70 or 80, right? After like 20 minutes. And you want to know exactly why they're on so high, but you can't do it on Rivals, right? You have to come out of Rivals, you have to go onto the main screen, then find that player, then bring their page up, and then you can look at the details. So small little things like that should be in the game, and hopefully they'll be in the game for sure. In my opinion, people who play Rivals will play amateur leagues for sure, where it tells how it is scored. Yeah, probably, yeah. But you also have to keep in mind that I'm pretty sure the amateur leagues are probably going to be removed, because there's no point having amateur leagues when you've got Rivals to onboard a lot of new people. Like almost the Rivals replaces the amateur. So they will probably replace it eventually. Hello, FTS. Unfortunately, I couldn't make your stream yesterday, so I hope you had a good birthday. I did indeed. We gave away loads of cards, and it was super fun. I'm against you, Free Tip Scout, but you're way ahead of me. Man, who have we got here on the chat who were actually, look at this here, select a match is bugged. We've done the same thing. I want to go and check my lineup again for the Galatasaray game. So we came straight into Rivals because my mindset is we need to go into Rivals. It's a Rivals lineup. But no, we have to go into my lineups here. So again, a really annoying thing. We can make a sub if we wanted to. This is actually kind of the cool thing. I've never done this before. Look at this here. Our main guy is scoring really badly. So what we could do is we could replace the underperformer with a sub. Okay? Now, subs don't exist in the main game of Pro, but we can sub out a player and bring in another player on Rivals. We can do it on the fly. So if we wanted to do it, we would say make the substitution, and then basically we can take out a player that we just think is underperforming. So maybe we'd say like, we're not happy with him. Let's take him out. And then we would press like continue, and then you select a replacement, and then it's then going to get that score instead. So it almost like gives you the dilemma of, do you just hold out and see whether that player can do better? Or do you cut your losses and say, I haven't seen enough from him, he's coming out, and then I'm going to bring in a new person because I think that he's going to do a lot better than what he's doing at the moment. I think that's pretty cool, because we've often seen that debate on Sorare about how there should be subs in the game, or some people don't think there should be at all. And the way they've done it is actually quite good, I think. And what about the subs? Will new users not expect that to be the same in Pro? Probably. It does set that up though, doesn't it? Where if you've got subs on Rivals and then you move to Pro, you could actually be a little bit disappointed then, because the game mode is so different, where there are no subs that exist at all, right? So it could be opening the door up for some kind of like a sub system to maybe be implemented on Pro, but not across every competition, right? There might just be like a specific competition that maybe like Sorare start to test it with, so that then those guys from Rivals or even just existing managers can play a game mode where there is that kind of like sub feature. And then the ones that really want to have nothing to do with subs at all are not affected, because they then don't have to play that competition, right? So it's almost like you could have like the sub competition, right? So So you've got like Challenger Europe, Champion America, All Star, you know, Cap 240, and then as another competition, you have like a sub competition. I don't know what it would be called, but let's just say the sub competition. And then whoever does want to actually play and not have the pain of DMPs can then play that competition, knowing that there is that sub functionality in that competition. However, it's probably got like a reduced prize pool because you would want a bigger prize pool to be and a better prize pool to be available for the managers that are taking a bigger risk, right? Where they are not using subs. So if their lineup could potentially have a DMP, then they need to be for a bigger risk. They need to be having a bigger reward. But then, yeah, you would have like a sub competition, right? So that then it's a little bit more connected to those that want to transition from rivals to pro. And that's something that I've talked about in the past before. I think could be something in the future that we could see in pro. And I wouldn't have a problem with it. I honestly wouldn't have a problem with it. Because if you just say that this competition has subs in it, then, you know, those that don't want to play a sub competition don't have to. And then those that do can. So then everyone's kind of happy. I think the only thing with it is that almost on the pro competition, Sorare are probably happy not introducing something like that because it means then that in a way, they probably would and they wouldn't, right? So in a way, if you were to introduce something like that, then it almost encourages that you have more players that you could then have as that sub-type player. But also the kind of the risk of having DMPs, right, makes this whole game mode what it's all about and why people love it so much. And probably it would water down some of the appeal of the other competitions as well, potentially. What happens if you don't select an opponent in this game mode? If you don't select an opponent in this game mode, then you basically, in Rivals, you kind of, I think you still score points, right? You still score points, but I don't think that you score a load of points. I haven't been playing Rivals enough to really comment on it. So if anybody knows, then let me know. Does it not count at all? You don't get any points whatsoever. I thought you would get some points based on how you're done, but I guess it is all based off like how you're doing against other people, right? It's like P2P or like PvP. So it probably makes sense that you wouldn't get any points at all. So the name of the game really is to be at least matching up with at least one person. So that if you're not matched up with anyone, you're not building a lineup and then not scoring anything. So that's the incentive to make sure that you're matched with at least one. So if you have no friends that play this as a new user, your games won't even count. So if you are a new user, then basically what you want to do is you can come in and then you can challenge, you can match up with like PK. I think it gives you a few managers that you could try and challenge around you, so that when you come in initially, you can just start challenging people around you, or it will recommend like accounts that you can challenge. So, for example, it might recommend me, or it might recommend more footballers or whatnot, just to give you a chance to start scoring. Yeah. So it's all based on the social aspect, right? Let's go back. We're getting a bit sidetracked, guys. Let's go back into pro. In fact, you know what we will do? It's actually a really good time. It's a really good time for us to take a break, right? So I'm going to take a quick breather. I need to get a top up of my drink anyway. We're going to be back in like about 3 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We've got more lineups to build. I'll also open up the free to Scout Fund coupons so we can do some like finder players, or we can do another giveaway. So yeah, stick around and I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes time. All right, guys, welcome back. And it's time to power through and do some more lineups, right? Because we've got loads to do still. We spent a lot of time today talking about rivals and exploring rivals, which is pretty cool. So if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what all the fuss is about, there's this new game mode which now everybody can access. And they've done like some big promotion on it as well today on Sorare's socials. So check it out. Dive into it. There's rewards to be won on there as well, like reward mystery boxes, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we've spent a lot of time talking about that, which has been good. But I think what we need to do is progress more on pro. So we've put a Cap 240 rare team together at the moment. And this was the one we put together. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to see what the lineup builder is saying on that. So if we do suggest a lineup, it's actually telling us to play Hervey Kofi, and then Luke Browers, and then João Figueiredo, Arda, and Ogden. So it's not too different from what we've actually done. The difference here is that we've taken out Browers and we put in Pappy. And that is the team that we are running with for now, with Hervey Kofi as the captain. Who have we got here in the chat still? Who's still around? Very quiet in the chat, so I always just like to see where you guys are at. How are you guys feeling about your lineups as well for the weekend? Cap 220 we need to take seriously, so we'll do that in a minute. Right. So I think we need to put Matty Godin in. Then Karimi. Only one goalie. Use him in Cap 240 or All-Star 240. Yeah, 240, man. Always 240 at the moment. I think we need to buy a rare defender. We do. And this is the good thing, is that before, for Cap 220, if we didn't have a defender that we thought was going to score points for us, right, then we would have just been like, well, like, fuck it. We don't go and buy a player, because why would we, for a competition where the rewards are so crap, right? But now the rewards for Cap 220, the month long, are actually quite attractive. Now, and this is how it should have been, now I'm in a position where I'm looking and I'm thinking, I've only got Chidozie. The others are being used, and Chidozie's probably not going to start. I need to, because we won't play, for example, Edvardson here. We'll probably play Darryl Dyke. And then we would have Dyke, Thomas Henry, Billy Mitchell, and then Mark Martinez. And that's actually a pretty good 220 team. But we would need another player here. And now the game is giving me a reason to spend in it, whereas before it didn't. And this is why I made such a big fuss about this, is that this is what it should be about in the game. It should be giving you that problem of, shit, like, I don't have enough players, but if I've done some scouting and I put some money together, or I could sell some players, I could then, like, plug that hole. So I think we're going to plug the hole. Let's plug the hole. Then you would do a rare Cartagena player to make a defensive stack. Could do that. We'll have a look and see who comes up, but it's not a stack that I really want to go out of my way to doing. You can see the goalkeeper here has delivered 14 and 18 in his last two, and then 41 before that. They're not a good defensive team to stack with, so ideally I don't want to do that. Ideally, I don't even want to play Mark Martinez, if I'm honest with you, because we've got him. We're going to play him. So probably not. But yeah, I also get what you're saying. What we want to do is we want to try and get someone really cheap if we can. I don't want to spend a lot. So we're going to put like 23. And actually, I want to get a defender for less than 10. Yeah, cool. And then we've got a massive amount of points. So the points aren't really the problem here. Because when we'll probably play Darryl Dyke, which then means that we will have like over 100 points to spend on one player. So that's not really the issue. What we do need to find, though, is we need to find a heavy-hitting defender. And I'd like a defender that offers a good decisive threat. $187. Okay. Let's throw a bit of an AA on here in a minute. Let's do last 15 games played, a minimum of 20%, which is not even a lot, by the way. But we can get rid of the guys that really don't matter here. There we go. We got rid of 20 that really aren't going to matter. There's Arda, who we've already got. Omar Colley's really good. A little bit too expensive, though. I don't want to spend that. Then let's put an AA on. Like that, of 8, which is kind of not high, but it's there or thereabouts, okay. And then in the last 15, we do 5. 87. Got this guy here for Siversball, which isn't bad. Michael Nagadu's there as well. Wow, he's a monster. Nagadu. Absolute monster of a defender that we could afford to get. He's away with the Cameroon team. Don't know whether he actually plays for Cameroon. Has he actually registered any appearances for them, like recently? He has, actually. He's good, but I'm not going to spend £34 to bring him in. Is Nagadu not in the squad? Okay. I wasn't going to get him anyway, but he's a monster. We need to filter this a bit more. Ooh. Bellyfeld's decent. Yeah, Clerc's come up. I don't like Clerc, to be honest with you. He's been doing well though. I don't like him though, personally. So he won't be someone that I'm getting. This guy here is who you're talking about. Yeah, £23 for this guy is actually, in a way, kind of not bad. It's got good levels of AA here. Just not really that much of a fan of him. His AA is very good though. Not really any decisive threat. Definitely wouldn't spend £23 on him. Let's take the price down because I think that I am quite set on not spending. Like, I'm not going to spend more than a tenner, really. Let's put it at like 15. Okay. Bram Van Pollen's brilliant. He's really good. He is 38, but he's brilliant. Oh, there's a legend. George Cox is there. Oh, Cox could be the one. We used to own George Cox before, and I do like him a lot, even though he's playing for a poor team. Let's filter this by, let's sort by the floor. Nice to see Kai Wagner price gone through the roof. I haven't looked at his price since it's been confirmed that he's staying. Yeah, cool. It was £92 yesterday. He's now double that, right? Over double that. Yeah, very good. There's Bram Van Pollen. Vural's actually quite good. Very good for Threshold, not so great for Cap 220. He has his moments though. For £6.33, it's pretty good. I'd like to get a younger player though if I can. Patrick Van Aanholt is £10 in the rare. Now, Patrick Van Aanholt doesn't actually, he doesn't start a lot. His starts are very few and far between. A very good player, though. I wouldn't pick him up, I think, for £10.13. I'd be more interested in George Cox, who's more of a starter. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not worried about Volendam being relegated, man. If Volendam get relegated, George Cox is not going to be playing lower level football. He'll get sold. So I'm not worried about that. I might actually get George Cox, you know. I think I will. What's their fixtures coming up as well? Almere, Heracles, then Fortuna, Utrecht. Okay. He's like very much the type of player that fits for Cap 220 as well. He's young at 25. This guy's not bad actually for his price. The issue with him is you can see here, he hasn't really been playing for the national team a lot. So it's kind of a little bit risky. I don't think he would be playing either for Angola. No, we haven't had a prediction yet. I don't think he would be playing. I'd be surprised if he was, actually. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, look. He's, Jonathan, there he is there, to be fair. Jonathan Boatu. He was in the last game. That was the championship qualifying game there. Was he in the game before? He was. Wow. Interesting. I wasn't pegging this guy to really be starting a lot, but he is actually. Wow, that's quite nice to see. Interesting. That could change things then. He's got Algeria, then Mauritania. I can't even pronounce that. Struggle to pronounce that country. Mauritania. He's good. He's good. I like his level of scoring at club level too. Want to have a quick look at him? He's a lot older than George Cox, but he's not much more expensive. He's a little bit more, but not significantly. strengths of ground duels, which is always quite nice to see when you're looking at defender. 35 appearances, 1 goal for Angola. No, it's previously at Fulham. Okay. Wasn't aware of that. Wow, he's making loads of tackles, loads of interceptions. Good duels one as well. He's a busy player. Again, lots of tackles there. Good win percentage on the duels. Africa Cup of Nations qualification. He played all 6 as well. Didn't do as great, but it is Angola. Interesting. He has an L15 of 47. He's playing for a team that are doing quite bad though, isn't he? If you had 2 players with L15s of 60s, would you use them with Dyke in Cap 240 to guarantee $5 or Cap 220? Cap 220. They're bottom. And they're probably going to get relegated. So we pick him up. We do run the risk that I don't think that he would stay with them, but there is always that risk, right? You'd expect an international player to not want to go down to the 3rd division. How long has he been with them for? Let's type him in transfer marked. September the 1st, 2022. Contract expires 2025. So if they do get relegated, he's going to need someone to come and buy him. But it's not a big issue for me. Previously came through the Genk. He came through the Genk Academy. Well, Standard Liège Academy, actually. Quite like that. Okay. Yeah, that's the card that he's selling. Hmm. What do you think about So? Which So? Give me the full name, please. Sido So. I think he's all right. What do you want to know? What do you want to know, man? Like, do you want to know whether he's good for the next game, or is he just a good player in general? Yeah, Lopez of Girona is brilliant. I can't believe the story of Girona this season. I think it's incredible. I hope that they can. I'd love it for them to win it, because I think it would be such a beautiful advert for La Liga. Who do Guinea have? Okay, let's do it. Does this guy accept? Because I don't need to get the I don't need to get the new season card, but it's not a big difference really. I always forget that you can pay with your card here. I always forget that you can just pay with your card now on the secondary market, and just like pay for a card without actually having to deposit. It's not something I've done. Let's deposit though. Let's just throw the 15 in. I think this guy will serve me quite well for the next game week, even though it's a difficult game against Algeria. But then actually, he's probably quite a good option to have for threshold for the remainder of the season. And it's really not a lot either. Let's put the 15 in. It's going to give us 1485, but then we have a little bit of money in the bank already in the balance. So let's do it. And this is what it should be about. This is what it wasn't about for the whole of last month. And it really frustrated me because Sorare should be thinking, how can we make the game so that it's fun, it's engaging, it's rewarding, but it also incentivizes our users to want to spend more and to want to buy more cards, right? Because that's their business. Their business is to sell cards. So you want to make the game so that your users want to buy more cards, right? And what they were just making it last month was that there was no incentive, there was no motivation for me to do what I'm doing right now, to buy a player so that we can plug the gap in our 220 team to give ourselves the best chance possible of hitting good scores in 220 for the month long, so that we can actually hopefully end up winning a reward by getting into those prize positions, right? Now they've improved there, and the minimum I know I can win in this is like a tier 3 rare, then the reward versus the risk is a lot better for me. Before, the risk versus the reward was not as good. Now it seems a little bit more like it's a little bit more fair. It's a little bit more balanced, where they offer me a good reward. It might incentivize me to go and spend, which is what I'm doing. And so they get something out of it because I'm putting more money into the game. But then hopefully I can win something that's worth more than what this purchase is that I'm doing, right? Yeah, let's do it. This guy's online at the moment. Let's have a quick look at this guy. Let's put a quick offer in. Let's make him an offer of, how much is he selling it for? He's selling the guy for 15. Let's put an offer in there of like 13.50. 13 actually. Let's try 13. Of course, we've got to put that in now as well. Let me quickly do that. There we go. Before I buy this, view Sido So. I know of him before. I can't quite remember. Okay, yeah, this guy. Wow. He's got an average of £14.77, but he's on the market right now for £129. Oh my God. Yeah, I've looked at this guy before. He's actually pretty useful when he starts. The issue with him is that he's not starting a lot, is he? I wouldn't buy this guy just because at the moment he's not starting. I'm sure he will probably start or play some part in the next game, but there's too many DMPs here. So yeah, I don't need that type of player that's a little bit too risky. I need a player that I know will play for club and for country. He was at St Etienne, then he moved to Strasbourg. Hasn't really been playing a lot for Strasbourg since he moved. Was playing quite a bit for St Etienne, but then he also had big stretches where he wasn't in the team. He was just on the bench. I know he's still young, so they probably didn't think he was ready, but I don't need to buy that type of player, even though I think it's a good shout. I almost need to win that player. And then once I've won him, I can just be like happily sit on him, right? But I think I need to buy something a little bit more safer and securer. But I like it, man. I like the call. Hello to Bodgy as well, man. Welcome back into the channel. Galatasaray just gave away a penalty in the 85th minute. Let's have a quick look at that game. In fact, I'd also like to know what the score is that Ali Varul's on. So that they conceded then. It's a draw at the moment. This will be a very, very good result for Sivasspor. Ali Varul's on a rating of 7.4 on SofaScore. That means that he's probably on a pretty decent score on Sorare. Yeah, 57.3. Ah, that's actually, this is what I love about Ali Varul, is that he can do good like that, even against a big opponent. I'm actually happy that at the moment he is proving me wrong, because I thought he might get hammered here. I thought if he didn't, then he'd probably do something like this, right? But I wasn't expecting him to really do this, if I'm honest with you. I thought he might get more score like this here, because they've really struggled going up against the bigger, better teams of the season. But the annoying thing here is that this ordinarily would have been a really good score to help me hit the threshold. How much is Samba Camera on? Oh, no. Camera won the penalty, so Camera's on 77.6. Oh, God. Oh, no. So we would have hit the threshold if we'd have played Camera. Thing is, I wasn't convinced that Camera was going to start, and he wasn't really expected. He wasn't projected to start. Look at that. He's my highest scoring player so far this game week. We are at 266 and we are 13.93 points away. What we would have probably done is we probably would have taken Ali Karimi out because we had two midfielders here. We would have continued with the stack and then we could have played Samba Camera. So we ran two stacks there, which then would have meant that we would have hit the $50. And to be honest with you, in hindsight, we probably should have done it. Because, yeah, running 2 stacks rather than running a stack, and then when we have another player to complete a stack, but we don't play them, and then we play somebody else and it doesn't work out, we could have easily hit the threshold here. Oh, that's such a wasted opportunity. That's such an annoying thing as well, when you see that you could have hit $50 if you had just made a smarter decision. Maybe Ali Varul has to save a penalty or something in the last few minutes of the game. That would be incredible, but I doubt it. I think it, yeah, we probably just missed out because we made the wrong call, which is why we have to, yeah, we have to make sure that we make the better call here. We did send that offer, didn't we? That guy. Yeah, we did. Okay. At the moment, whilst we're waiting for a response, let's, yeah, it is, isn't it? Hindsight is very much like that. Let's go back into Pro. Let's go back into our Cap 240. It does make me think, oh, should we be playing Samba Camera and Ali Varul again here? But actually what we're doing is we're playing them over in All-Star Rare together. So as long as we kind of like play them together, it's fine. What type of player are you looking for? We're looking for a defender that we can bring in. We've actually found one. We found a few, but I think we found one that we're willing to pull the trigger on. We've sent an offer out because for 220 matters now. Like 220 was a joke competition, as in like it was a clown competition, like offering such bullshit rewards in it. Like it didn't demand respect. It didn't demand that managers to take it seriously at all. Now they've improved it massively and they've learned from their mistakes and they've listened to the feedback that we gave them. We can take this competition seriously now. And the thing that I want to do is I don't actually have another defender really that's going to play. So now it's made me think, okay, I should go out and spend in the game, which is what Sorare should be trying to do. And now they've improved it. It has actually made me put money into the game to think, okay, I want to try and get a reward in Cap 220 if I can for the month long. So now I'm willing to spend because the upside is way better than I know I can go into this competition and not have to worry about coming away with like a bullshit, no value reward that then doesn't justify me spending the time or spending the money in it. So yeah, we're kind of looking at defender. I think we wouldn't play Victor Edvardson. We'd play Daryl Dike, but we're going to see if we can sell Daryl Dike. But if we can't, he's going to go in, most likely. In fact, he will. And then we'll play Billy Mitchell. There's a little bit of a question mark about Billy Mitchell, but we have to run with him. We don't have any many other better options, to be honest with you. And Thomas Henry. So it's still a bit of a punty Cap 220 team. But I don't mind taking a punt and spending money on a punty team if I feel like it's worth my time and worth the effort to do so, because the carrot on the end of the stick is a big one, right? Whereas before, the carrot was so tiny on that stick when they had the old Cap 220 prize pool that I couldn't even see the carrot. I couldn't see the carrot. It was so small that I almost just ignored it, you know? I'm literally trying to play 3 L15s of 60 players in Cap 220. Need a common goalie with an L15 of 32. Oh my God. L15 of 32 is going to be a bit of a struggle to find somebody good for that. Who have you found so far, Arthur? Who's the kind of the L15 32 players that you, like goalies that you found? The common ones anyway. What's this guy doing? Why have we not had like a response or anything yet? I don't think I can be bothered to wait, actually, to be brutally honest with you. I think we're just going to pay it. Like, yeah, I think I'd much rather just get him in. We sent the offer out. He's online. Maybe he hasn't seen it. Maybe he has or whatever. I think, you know, we're waiting here over trying to save £2. And actually, I would have loved to have got him for £13, but yeah, my time is worth more than the £2 that we're going to spend. So I'm just happy to get him now. Just like get that done. So we don't have to piss about with that anymore and we can move it on. There we go. Bring him in. Done. He's in. So now what we can do, we can now, oh, he's got 2 games as well. No, he doesn't have 2 games because one of them's the club game. He's got 1 game against Algeria. So we put him in then now. Jonathan Boatu. And then, yeah, we still take out Daryl Dike for now. But we will probably play Daryl Dike if we don't sell him. And then we put in Victor Edvardsen as like a placeholder. And this is kind of like what our Cap 220 team's looking like. And we'll give the captaincy to... I'm actually interested to know whether... I'm interested to know whether Thomas Henry is expected to play. I'd like to see him start. No, the expert's still thinking Milan Djuric over Thomas Henry. Because I quite like this fixture. I think there's some goals in this fixture, but we don't really want to captain somebody that's probably not going to start. Even though I think even if he comes off the bench, he could do well. Oh my God. Oh, we should have subbed. We should have subbed him out. That Kerem. Do you remember when we were doing the rivals and I was showing you guys the sub feature? Oh, that's quite cool. Yeah, that's a lot better. It's a lot better that they've done that now. It needed to have like a better image, right? So that does look pretty cool now. One of you guys mentioned it before and I didn't realize what you meant, but you meant this, didn't you? And it does look good now. Just, it looks a lot more professional and a lot more, you know, like a game, right? So when we were looking at I've done it again, haven't I? They've changed this to ranked as well. It's not called arena. They've changed this terminology to ranked. They're doing lots of things. But when we were looking at the rivals here, we were looking at this leaderboard, we were thinking about making a sub and we were actually thinking about taking Kerem out because he was not doing that great. We should have made the sub. What happens if we sub him out now? What happens if we sub him out now and then we sub in somebody else? Do we just automatically get, oh, these are the players that we can sub in? Really? Ah, okay. So we select the like a player that hasn't really been playing and then maybe they come in and they score. Okay. Yeah. That wouldn't really work. But he's had a shocker. He's usually very, very good, but yeah, he's had a shocker today, isn't he? Just been sent off. Yeah, that is cool for the league. You'd expect that because they've got those partnerships. So it's good that they're utilizing them and that, you know, those official accounts and the partnerships they've got are basically spreading the good word about Sorare. Let's put the captaincy on Jonathan for now. And then if we put Daryl Dike in there, we might actually put the captaincy on Daryl Dike. But for now, Jonathan's not a bad option. Let's confirm that. Okay. So at the moment, we have a Cap 240 team, which is this one here. Which I don't mind. And then we have a Cap 220 team, which is this one here. Although we won't have Victor Edvardsen in, we'll have Daryl Dike in there if we don't sell him. And then we have an all-star rare team, which at the moment is going to be God, Ali Varul got a score of 65. He's such a good goalkeeper to have on Sorare. Brilliant. Didn't even keep a clean sheet, but he still got a score of 65. Brilliant player. Ali Varul, Samba Camera for that defensive stack. Ideally, we want to play Luke Browers, but Luke Browers is probably not going to play. So we'll put Ali Karimi in for now. And then Sander van de Streek. There's a part of me that doesn't want to put Sander in here. There's a part of me that wants to put Luke in here in case Luke makes an appearance from the bench or something. Because with Sander van der Streek, he doesn't start at all. He doesn't even really make a sub appearance, actually. Like, I like him when he starts and when he plays. He's actually pretty can do pretty good. Would you recommend to get Varul? I need a goalkeeper for Captain 40 with a low 15. Well, if I have him as my main goalkeeper for Threshold, then what do you think, man? Think it's worth doing it. Just beat me in Rivals so I can play the ranked now. Well done. Good job, buddy. Keep going in the ranked. See how you get on. What are we doing here? Sorry, what are we doing? Sander. Because he was on the bench in the last game and he's kind of in, you can see here, bench appearances. Every now and then he kind of starts, but when he starts, he doesn't do that great. Maybe it'd be better if we took the risk of a Browers here rather than Sander. Like that. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not really expecting anything good from that team. So I'm not expecting them to get a score that will be good enough to win a card award. I don't think they can. My throat's going. But I think it's an okay team that we can put out. So definitely this game week, we're prioritizing 240 and 220, and then All-Star Rares like our third priority. Yeah, cool. And then what limited teams can we put out? 240, we can. I think we're probably going to do our stack for 240. There's a bit of an issue with Effican Carricker though, right? Because he came off injured in the last game. Yeah, okay, we might have to wait a little bit on that. I could do some research myself, but yeah, I'll wait to see what the expert thinks. And then if he thinks that we're not going to be able to get scoring out of Carricker because he's injured, then we do have Benedict Gimber anyway we can throw in. So it's not really a deal breaker. We've got a load of other options we can use. But if we can run with the stack, then we will try to. It's a bit of a weird stack as well because Effican Carricker's been playing up front. And then when he came off injured, Sergio Cordova came on for Effican Carricker. So it's almost not like Carricker and Sergio Cordova are going to be playing together. Like Balkovic has been doing really well. Hadishinai's been doing good now in the starts he's getting. Tascaran. So these guys are fine. But yeah, if we don't play, if Carricker is not expected to play, then we can keep Cordova in, and then we can just easily replace him with like Benedict Gimba or Jamiro Montero. But I don't think so. Montero, I think we want to. Do we want to play Montero in 220? I mean, yeah, I guess if Yeah, I guess we can deal with that later down the line. Yeah, cool. And then, because we don't have another starting goalkeeper, we can't play this competition seriously. So if we do play it, we'll put in like a backup goalkeeper, like a DMP, like Yildirim, and we'll just try and farm some Sorare coins from it. But we want to try and put our better players first into Cap 220 because again, this competition matters now, right? Didn't matter before, but now we know that the minimum we can win is a tier 3, which, you know, you can get some bad tier 3s, to be honest with you. We've seen that you can get a tier 3 that's worth £3 or £4. So there's still that risk that you could play this for a month and get something in the limited that doesn't really feel that great. But it's significantly better than winning a £1 or a 60p card, which I just refused, absolutely refused to be a party of. There's no way I'm endorsing that competition or trying to justify that competition by playing in it properly and seriously when the prize pool wasn't serious at all. Now, this is a lot more serious. We can take it more seriously and we will try to put together a pretty good team here. Let's take all of these guys out. Let's start again. Right, so let's start with the goalkeeper here. And what I could do is I could swap out the goalkeepers that I've got for a better goalkeeper. And we might do that. However, Manuel Ryman, we were thinking of playing so that we could link him up with Masovic. Now, I think Masovic is actually a card that I gave away. I think Masovic is a card that we gave away yesterday as part of the birthday stream. So I'll have to double check that. But if it is the case and that the person who we've given it to has claimed it, then we won't be able to do Masovic, which then means we probably won't be able to do, we probably shouldn't then do Manuel Ryman. Oh, Kosunu, honestly. If we could find a way to fit Kosunu in, then that could be, I don't know if we can fit Kosunu into... What's going on here? Why would Kosunu not be starting for the Ivory Coast? No way. Who's getting in front of him then? Dicker, okay, Wilfred Bolly. They've actually got some good experienced defenders at the back. Okay. So that isn't the play at all, is it? We're tied on rivals, are we? Yeah, I thought that my team could do quite well there, but yeah, Kerem basically screwed us with the red card. We did win 7 though. We won 7 of the 17 matchups there, so it's not too bad. Yeah, I can see that we're tied with Arthur there. And we're also tied with TF Sushi. We must have had the same team. You guys must have picked the same team as me, right? Who won? Domino 11 won. Well, we're up on Domino 11 by 101. Sorry. And then we're down against Fleury. What did Fleury get then? S. Fleury. He got 340. Wow. And he picked Aaron. He got a perfect score of 100. Got his tactics well too. Look, he got the plus 40 from the tactics. So he done really well. He done really well there. Good job. We have George Cox here in the limited. Also got Bart Van Roij. We have Pappy, Peter Stojanovic, which I think we are giving away. Where's Bully News here? Okay, Bochum. Yeah, so Masovic, Schlotterbeck, Ryman at home against Bremen. Okay. Well, let's go back because the team that we had here. Okay, so this team was exactly 0. And to be honest with you, this team is actually pretty solid. Apart from Jean Amani here is probably the problem. Yeah, because Jean Amani's not going to be taking part, is he? Yeah, so that's a little bit of an issue. That looks good on paper, but it's not going to work because yeah, he's not going to start. Jamiro Montero should start because he's the main starter for Cape Verde in midfield. So if we looked at that there, we'll see that Jamiro Montero, it's not here yet, but Jamiro Montero, if he's fit, he is going to be starting. So he's fine. And then, of course, Killian Corridor is more than fine because Corridor is absolutely amazing. He has a good game as well against Pau at home. So I'd like to play him in Cap 220 over the likes of Matty Godin. And Benji and Eric, both I'm. So the issue really is around the extra player, the extra position. And we need to find that extra position with an L15 of 41 or below. Liam Henderson will do. Liam Henderson will do. So will Ogoose. Liam Henderson will definitely do. He's been hitting some good scores recently as well. Or better scores, should I say. This one here was better. So Liam Henderson could be a good option here. Always forget what team Liam Henderson's playing for. Cittadella, Palermo. Okay. There's no lineups right now for it. But yeah, he could be a good one. Treated Scout, need your help. Can you please have a look at Arthur Zagura? He has a defender card, but now plays striker. Would he get the clean sheet and goals points? Whatever. If he's a defender card, then he's going to get the clean sheet bonus. If he's not a defender card, his striker card will not get the clean sheet bonus. Yeah. Like, we could also play Ahmed Ogoose in here. He's been doing badly, Ahmed Ogoose, really. What's happened to Ahmed Ogoose at the moment? Oh, he's probably suspended, no? He got a yellow card in the last game. He was awful. It was a 7-1 defeat. Is he suspended? Okay, there's nothing here on the players or anything, but Ahmed Ogoose here. How many yellow cards does he have for the season? He has 5 yellow cards for the season. I think that triggers a suspension. Could be wrong. If anyone knows, and let me know, but I think that the 5th one is probably triggering a suspension. which is why he's being projected at the moment. Well, 97% are saying on the bench rather than out. It's only 5 predictions. I don't think we'd actually want to be picking him. Look at the form. Concedes a penalty here, then's on the bench, then comes off the bench here for 15, then plays and starts, but is actually starting in a 7-1 defeat. So if I was the manager, I'd be saying that this guy, this player right now, is not in a good moment. And he's actually more of a liability for the team than he is actually helping them at the moment. Look at all the negative decisives that he's made so far. He needs to cut that out of his game. There's too many errors that are happening here. So yeah, I think we'd look at Liam Henderson for the moment. But our fullback could be somebody like Ahmed, or we've even got Yavi Munoz here as well. Patrick Van Aanholt. Marko Jevtovic, we could play as well. Worst case scenario. I think, yeah, let's try and put Liam Henderson. Well, do we? Yeah, I think we do. Patrick Van Aanholt's not expected to start, is he? If he is, then that might change things a little bit. Yeah, it's Dest instead of Van Aanholt. And I agree with that. So, yeah, I think what we do is we put Liam Henderson in here for now. I think Mads Andersen will play tomorrow. I want him to start playing tomorrow, I do. Because I think he's good when he plays, Mads Andersen. We need to do our Prem Pro now. So let's lock that one in for the moment. Small change where we take out, who did we just take out there? Jean Armani for Liam Henderson. But other than that, it kind of stays the same. And then we can do a throwaway team, an all-star. So why don't we do that? The throwaway team is going to be Yildirim. And then it can be somebody like George Cox as well. And then midfielder-wise, it can be Benedict Gimba. Then up front, it can be Matty Godin. And then we can throw in someone like Bart Van Roy. She's got a really horrible game. But I'd quite like to get some XP on him. So why don't we do it? Bart Van Roy's there. And then we can put the captaincy on George Cox, for example. Confirm. And then we've got a Premier League Winter Special team, which has actually won us quite a lot. We've won £40 from our Luton Town team, which I think is brilliant because our Luton Town collection, like not the 5 players, not the 5 players that we have here, right? But the 20 or so players that we bought as part of the Luton Town collection cost me about £70. So we've already won back over half of what this whole collection cost me from playing in the Premier League Winter Special, which I think is amazing because we weren't expecting to win anything in this at all. So the fact that we've won like £40 in the whole collection of players, if I show you the whole collection cost me about 70 here. So this whole collection here cost me about £70. We've won like £40 from the Premier League Winter Special. So it's actually worked out for us. And that's what we were saying. That's why I wasn't prepared to go and spend more money for the Premier League Winter Special, because I just figured that we've already got the players to enter that we've built up from the collection for the Premier League. They've all got the 5% bonus as well, so they're fully maxed out. And that all we needed was just like one game week where Luton could do really well. And then we could actually end up hitting a big amount of cash rewards. And that's exactly what happened, where we won £35, I think it was, like one game week. And then the next game week, we won like £5 or something, which has actually been pretty good. Yeah. Doughty's brilliant. Yeah. So our team, I think at the moment, let's have a look to see what Jordan's put in as the prediction for this one. Because Jordan, who regularly jumps in our stream, and supports the channel. Jordan's the Luton Town expert on Play Sharper. So his projection at the moment is that Adebayo, Morris, Townsend will play, Lagonga, Ross Barkley, Doughty, Mengi, Bell, Oso, and Ogben. Okay. And it doesn't look like there's any room for Mads Anderson at the moment. It looks like Mengi's doing a good enough job to keep hold of his position. Oso, who also came in, actually, I think, for Mads Anderson, is staying. And Oso has been doing okay. I think he done good in the last game, no? Oh, no, he done terrible in the last game. But he's been okay since he's kind of come in. Not great, but he's been okay. There's a little bit of interest in Oso. I think Oso, with Oso, I think there's like another Premier League club or another few that are interested in him. So that might be one of the reasons why Luton are still playing him, that they want him to maybe not move because he's playing football. He's actually quite a good scorer in Sorare when he does start. If you look at the starts that he's had, he can hit some good scores, actually. No, yeah. So this is the thing, F. John. This is the thing that's really confusing, is that when you see that formation, this is the thing. I've spoken to Jordan, and I've also, you see this with other Play Sharper experts, is that Ogben technically would not play there, right? It looks like he would play as the wing back, whereas technically Ogben would kind of play up here somewhere, right? And Doughty would also kind of play more there. So the formation's a little bit confusing and misleading. Ogben, he's put at 55%. He's saying that Doughty would be the replacement here. It's confusing at times when you're looking at the positions of the players on the pitch and then also who's the alternative, right? I agree with you that Ogben and Doughty, they are two different types of players. They are different positions as well. So yeah, I would be surprised if Ogben was even playing. Right, let's keep going. So yeah, I think we're going to put Doughty in there. Then we're going to have Oso, Adebayor, and then Amari Bell, because this is actually the team that I usually run now. Because Amari Bell starts every game, Adebayo starts every game. Of course, Doughty starts every game, and Doughty's like Luton's best player so far this season. Kaminsky's the clear number one. And then Oso at the moment is starting. And we hope that that continues. Mads Anderson's a sub at the moment. Issa Kabor does tend to start quite a lot, but then every now and then he doesn't. And also, I don't like his level of scoring, which is why we're not going to play him here, but we might play him we'll play him in the throwaway winter special. So this doesn't change at all. And this is our team, which we're going to trust to give us a really good return, a really good prize against Burnley tomorrow at the moment. Could change it, but I think this is probably going to be the team. And then our backup kind of team is going to be then Mads Anderson, Lagonga, Carlton Morris, and then we have Ogben in there, which I don't mind at all. And then our third backup team, which again isn't going to win anything, but you've got to be in it to win it, is going to be Ryan Gilles. It's going to be Nakamba. It's going to be Issa Kabor, O'Shea, and then it's going to be Woodrow. And this is just not going to score really any points at all. But we'll put it in there because you can have multiple entries, right? But we're not expecting anything from it. In fact, what we do need to do probably is take that off, take the captaincy off, and at least put it on someone that's got more of a chance of starting or playing, like Issa Kabor. Let's do that. And I think that's pretty much all the teams that we can enter into Pro for the weekend. That we like, it's a bit of a weird weekend because, like, even though teams are back and there's lots of teams playing, there's still a lot of leagues that are missing, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what we could do. We don't really have anyone else, and to be honest with you, I don't really want to put more throwaway teams together. I think the one that we've got is enough. So the only thing we have to do is put like our academy teams together, which we'll do probably tomorrow before the game week closes. And yeah, maybe we have to change this if it turns out that Masovic I have given away, because I can't remember. We gave away so many cards yesterday that I can't remember. I swear I did say that Masovic can go, but I need to check it. If Masovic goes, then we will probably end up changing Manuel Ryman and maybe the defender. But yeah, what do you guys think of the teams here? What do you think is the best team at the moment? Let me show you the teams. I've got Cap 240 Rare is this one here. So this is the team that we're hoping can give us the $50 threshold. And then this is Cap 220. So Cap 220 is this here for the moment, although it will be probably Darryl Dyke instead of Victor Edvardsen. And then All-Star Rare is this one here. We're going to maybe have the captaincy on Ali Varul. Luke Browers, we know, is a bit of an injury risk, but we don't really have any other midfielders, so we'll just have to kind of take the risk on him. And then, yeah, our Cap 240 is this one here for the moment, to try and hit the threshold with a stack. And then Cap 220 is looking like this at the moment. And then, yeah, All-Stars throwaway. And then this is our Premier League Winter Special. So I'm back. Yeah, but I hope Luton can do great. I hope Luton can do really good. Go on then. Tell me your Cap 220 team. Dazzle me. Dazzle me with your Cap 220 team. Also, guys, don't forget that this week, Beat the Base is returning. So my series where you can win a Pooky sticker is going live again from tomorrow in the German League. So it's the German League that you need to make your Pooky predictions in. You need to add me as a rival as well as Anyon done. So make sure that you sign up if you haven't already. It's completely free to play, to check it out. And there's the link in the chat. And yeah, you can get started. You can add me as a rival, and then you have a chance of winning prizes every week as well. We've done all our predictions. Actually, this is something I want to ask everybody. Yeah, I need to ask everybody here. Why has the Italian League? So when we put our predictions together, the Italian League was in game week 60 on Pooky. The Italian League has now moved into game week 61. Why has the Italian League moved? I honestly don't know, but I saw it the other day and I was like, oh, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know why it moved. So why has the Italian League, this one here, why has this moved into game week 61 when we put our predictions together for it, it was in game week 60? Does anybody in the chat know? Because if nobody knows, then I'm going to reach out to Pooky and I'm going to ask them why. Because I would like to know. It's not like I have an issue with it per se, but I would like to understand why it's moved. Was it in game week 60 when it shouldn't have been? What's the reason? F-Chomp, you don't know either, no? Yeah. Because we definitely done it in game week 60. Because I remember at the time we were saying, right, we can spend most of our energy in this live game week by going into the German and the Italian league, and then we can spend the rest of it, play it forward into the English league. And that was the only league that we were playing our energy forward in. Free Tick Scout here. Alessandro Sorrentino, Paul Jolly, Donny van der Beek, Omar Marmouche, and Johan Barbet. Good teams, man. Good team. Good players in there, especially the GOAT, Paul Jolly. You know I love. I think he's amazing. Let's have a look. I don't think I actually want to look at this, but I think we also need to do it. Whenever you you make a decision on Sorare with your lineups and it doesn't quite go to plan, it's always really, really imperative. It's important that you go back and you reflect on your decisions and what worked, what didn't, and especially the ones that didn't work, so that you can actually feel the pain. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and have a look at how my Cap 240 rare team done from the midweek. And I already know that we missed out on the threshold because we picked the wrong player and we didn't run with 2 stacks when we could have. But I want to see how close we came to the threshold with that mistake. And that's going to hurt even more. And that's actually useful for me, because that kind of pain is going to make me think I don't want to have that mistake again. So we need to make sure we don't do that again. So we're going to go into my gallery. We're going to go into the Sorare results here. And then...
Who let the dogs out?
What?
Who let the dogs out?
How is it possible? What? How is it possible? That's me saying we're going to go and have a look at Cap 240 Rare, because we're going to look at the pain of missing out on the threshold. There's no pain. There's no pain. We've squeezed over the line with 0.11 points because Ali Varul has been opted up to 70.3. And with all the bonuses that we have on him, he squeezed us over the line for threshold. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. That was, you guys know, live on the stream, I didn't have a clue. When we were watching it, when we were looking at the game, we were watching it, we're thinking, okay, Ali Varul was on a score of 65. We're like, well, we needed a score of like 75, 75, 76 to hit the threshold. And we're like, well, 65 is not going to cut it. And then the game finished and we didn't look at it since. And this is the first time we're looking at it. And actually, unless we get opted down, we have just managed to sneak a threshold in the midweek where we were absolutely not expecting to do it. Not expecting to do it. And I need to also say a big thank you to Axel Sorare for the raid, man. So thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, man. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for bringing the party. Guys, can you believe it? I had written this team off before the Sivaspor game even begun, because I was saying that Ali Varul will probably get a negative decisive and he'll probably not do that good. And I was saying that we needed like 76 points or whatever. And I was like, everyone else kind of let us down, so I don't expect us to hit the threshold. We're asking so much from Ali Varul and against such a difficult opponent, right? That it would, you know, we weren't realistically thinking that he could get anywhere close to 76 points, right? I expected him to give us a score of like 20 or 30, right? And even when, as I say, we were watching the game or following the game, and it was towards the end of the game, we checked our score for him in Rivals, and in Rivals, it was telling us that he had 65 points. And keep in mind that he hasn't kept a clean sheet here. He hasn't kept a clean sheet. So he's been able to get 70 points here with no clean sheet at all and an AA of 35.3. He made 6 saves, which is incredible. He had most of his score has come from his goalkeeping, 39.5. He put in a goalkeeping masterclass from the looks of it here. Possession was -4, which is always usually going to be the case for a goalkeeper, because they will usually lose a lot of points on the long kicks that they make and the missed passes and all that sort of stuff. And then, of course, attack, they don't get anything really. And then general, sometimes they can get minuses for a yellow card or a foul if they, you know, commit a penalty or something like that. but wow, I'm blown away by that. I can't believe that. I can't believe that right now, with this shocking team, and we made a mistake, right? We would have made things way easier for us if we'd have put Samba Camera in there, because Camera got a score of what, about 80 or something? 77. And we have him. So technically we should have played Camera and Ali Varul, and then instead of Ali Karimi, and then we would have, you know, easily hit the threshold and we wouldn't need to worry about it. And we wouldn't even really need to worry about an Opta adjustment. At the moment, we are winning £40, well, £39.31, $50, right? But I was really not expecting to do it. And we have to now pray that Opta's kind to us and they don't adjust us at all. If they don't make an adjustment whatsoever, then tomorrow, before, like, once the rewards are available, we will win $50. And this will honestly be one of the best wins I've had. Definitely this year, the start of 2024, but this will be one of the best wins that I've had in Sorare for a while, because this team technically shouldn't have hit the threshold, and yet at the moment they've been able to sneak it. So brilliant, brilliant. How's everybody else getting on? I'm talking about how my team's doing. I want to hear how everyone else is getting on. So we'll look at your teams as well. If you tell me how you're getting on, I can look at your teams as well live, and we can kind of see what's worked, what hasn't worked, or what else you're waiting on, right? Hello to Mitchy Deed as well. How you doing, man? Good to see you back in here, Mitchy Deed. I think you might have won a card, actually. I think you did win a card, Mitchy Deed. You might have already responded back to me. Apologies if you have and I haven't seen it. I've just, it was my birthday yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to respond to everyone yet. Yeah, it feels like hitting it with 4 players a little bit, doesn't it? This week I don't have a proper lineup, barely no Turkish players. Who is okay, so Paolo Hora on YouTube needs Trabzonspor boys to get some decisives to get the rare threshold. And those boys are playing what? Are they playing tomorrow or tonight? Can't remember when they're playing. Do you have like a pure stack with them or something? Nothing this game week, but I won my 2 rivals matches with the gala match, so I got to enter a few ranked rivals matches. Boom. You're on the ladder. You're on the ranked ladder. So you're on the way, man. 2 DMPs in Cap 240 for Arthur. Oh, brutal. 1 DMP you can usually get away with, but 2 not so much anymore. In fact, very much not at all. Oh my God, I'm still almost like dreaming that we're looking at the fact we've hit 280 points. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Oh, it starts in 20 minutes, does it? Oh, okay. Cool. What is Rivals good for? I haven't had a look into it. Then you should. You definitely should look into it. You can play it now. It's, you know, I'm sure you've heard about it, Bodgy. It's now in an open beta, so you don't need an invite to start playing it. We were talking about it and checking it out and kind of explaining it all to everyone earlier today. Oh, why have they done that? Why have they is it because I need to... Why have they changed it from being Griezmann and the other guy? Why have they changed it like that? Do we have to refresh it? There we go. That's better. That's what we want to see, right? Yeah. And I always forget this guy, but he plays for Real Sociedad, doesn't he? What's his name, guys? Help me out. Always forget this guy's name. Thank you also to Jack Artis04. Kubo, that's it. Thank you, man. Jack Artis04. Thank you for the sub, man. Welcome into the channel. Is Michael Gregorich for €6 good for my Bundesliga specialist? I think he is, yeah. I do think he is. We always talk about Gregorich, and I always say that if he's around £5 or four to £6, basically, in his limited, then it's a good price, in my opinion, for that player. And in rare, if he's ever between £40 or below, then you should be trying to pick him up. If he's kind of between 40 to 60, it's also pretty good as well. Yeah. Have I missed the Twitter giveaway? You have. We done it at the start of the stream, the very start of the stream. So I need to contact everyone who won after the stream ends. Yeah. We've got about 20 minutes. I said we'd do some free Tip Scout Fund coupons. I can open up a few now for the last 20 minutes. There's nothing really that we need to do on Pooky. And this is probably the downside to us doing the strategy that we're doing on Pooky, where we just put in all the same scores in like a minute, 2 minutes, and then we just sit back and wait for the game. It then kind of means that we don't really have anything to do on Pooky until those games start. So I've already kind of mentioned it, and I think I'll talk to Pooky more. I'd love it if Pooky could offer like a daily game, something that keeps you coming back, where you could do it daily. Maybe you have like a separate energy. So this one here is like for the main game, but then maybe they give you some daily energy, which resets daily. So maybe they give you like, I don't know, like 10 or 20 daily energy. So then you can come back in and play like a different type of prediction game, not the same, but maybe you're predicting for different outcomes other than the ones that you can do normally. Maybe the games are random. Maybe there's an in-play prediction where you kind of have to be predicting it when it's live. I think there needs to be something else that keeps you coming back daily. Especially if you run out of energy. It's like when you run out of energy, there doesn't seem to be enough at the moment to kind of like to keep you coming back, because you've done your predictions and then that's it. You have to wait for the reset. A way to drive home, mates. I hope you had a great birthday and congrats on the great week on Sorare. Thank you so much, Mitchy D. And please make sure you check your Twitch DMs, because I'm pretty sure you did win a card yesterday, Mitchy D, on the birthday giveaway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. Let's open up some more free Tip Scout Fund coupons, right? Let's open up. What do we open up here? We can open up Find a Player. We can open up Pick My Lineup as well. We've only got about 20 minutes or so, so we might not be able to do all of these guys, but I'll try and do as many as I can. Whatever basically gets redeemed, we'll try and do it. Put your gaming glasses on, and then giveaway time. Yeah, I could also open up the Show Me the Money, but in case you don't know how it works, the Show Me the Money is where I buy somebody a card live on the stream for up to £10. But we done that yesterday, and that has a cooldown. That's the only free Tip Scout Fund coupon that has a cooldown on it. So once it's activated, it's then like we have to wait a week in order for one of you guys to redeem it again. So I could open it up, but nobody will be able to actually redeem it until next, what day is it today? Is it Thursday or? Yeah, so losing track of the days. So yeah, one of you guys will be able to redeem the Show Me the Money again next Wednesday. And that's why I don't open it up for the moment. Yeah, because, yeah, there you go. And Nathabam used it yesterday, which means that it needs a week to recharge, and then it'll be back again next Wednesday. But the giveaway time, the Put Your Gamer Glasses on, the Pick My Lineup, and the Find the Players are available for the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Just in the meantime, whilst we are, whilst we're kind of just, we've got that time left, let's go back into the rivals here, the brand new game mode, which is going to be the talk of the town. Rightly so. We can now do ranked mode because we did actually beat somebody, thankfully. So we can do ranked mode now. We can enter the arena for 1 ticket. So maybe you guys who haven't been playing Rivals before, maybe you don't know how this works, right? But now that we've won our first game, our first unranked game, we can now go into the ranked arena, and this is going to be very much like 1v1. So you know here, for the Barcelona-Osasuna game, you can see that we have 8 matchups here on the left. So we're technically playing against, look, we're playing, where are we at? Oh, it's a bit crappy, yeah. We're playing against these guys here, right? So these are our rivals. If we accept this one, it's going to increase our matchup. So we can accept all of these, really. We go into the request here, actually. And look, all of you guys have sent me a request, so we can just accept them all. which we'll do now, right? And now that we've accepted them, we're going to refresh the page here. And rather than us having 8 matchups, we've now got 75 matchups, right? So we're we're going up against everyone, basically, which is cool, right? But all we need to do to unlock the ranked arena is to win one of those 75 matchups. So it's really easy to do. But then once you get into the arena, I'm not going up against another 75 or 100 or 10. It's just 1 against 1. Okay, so what I would do to show you is that we're going to enter the arena for the Barcelona versus Osasuna one, right? So I think this is actually a really good game to go into the arena for, because I think you can just almost target Barcelona, and then as long as you kind of get the captaincy better than the other guy, you probably, and the tactic right, you can probably outscore them. So we're going to enter the arena for 1 ticket. Now, you start off with 5 tickets, you can see here, and then you your tickets kind of like they recharge. So similar to what the energy system is in Pooky, like the energy system in Pooky recharges and refills once a week. And you can see here every Tuesday, right? On the Rivals, I think it's every, 6 hours or something? Can't remember exactly the recharge time. Does it say here? Here we go. So look, welcome to the arena. Earn reputation points by defeating your rivals in the arena. Climb the rank to GOAT status. And then you have 1 ticket per day to use in the arena. Choose wisely. Bonus tickets can also be bought or won by inviting your friends to play the game. So the more people you invite, the more tickets you basically get to do the arena. So you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make this a really explosive kind of, they're trying to make this game mode explode, right? So that everyone's talking about it because everyone's been invited to it and then everyone's playing it. So we get 1 ticket per day, and then your rep starts at 100. If you get defeated, then you lose a little bit of your rep. If you lose to underdogs, it will damage your reputation even more. So if we're like a slightly higher reputation and then we lose to somebody who with a slightly lower reputation, then we're going to lose a little bit more, right? But if we're the other way around, like let's say we're 130 rep and we play somebody who's like 150, then we're going to win even more rank growth. We're going to climb the rankings even better and higher because obviously we've overachieved, right? So it's pretty cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend one of these 5 tickets here. You can see that we're starting as an apprentice. We have 100 of our kind of like our energy rankings, if you want to call that. I don't know really what you call this, but we have 100 rank points or whatever. If we click on the view leaderboard here, no friends coming up on the leaderboard. My division, all of this is blank right now because obviously it hasn't started yet, right? It's just about to start because they released it today. But once the arena rankings start, then you can view the leaderboard and you'll see where you are in relation to your friends and everyone. So we're gonna enter the arena for 1, okay? And that's all you do, right? That's all you do. So you might be thinking to yourself, oh wow, like what did I miss? There's nothing to miss really. You just click enter the arena and then it will announce your rival at the kickoff. So you don't know who you're going up against until the game actually kicks off. And then you can come back to it. And for this game, I can see who I'm challenging, who I'm going up against one-on-one. And you don't need to do your lineup or anything because you've already set your lineup for this game, right? So you set your lineup and then that enters you to then play against all your other rivals, right? If you then challenge them or you accept the challenges, but then that lineup is also then used in the arena. So if I wanted to, before the arena game or before the match actually starts, right, I can then go back into this team here that I set and I can make some changes. I can change the captain, and then that's going to be reflected in the non-ranked game mode and the ranked game mode of arena. So that's kind of how it works, right? And then if we go on to the Burnley versus Luton Town game and we go into ranked here, we can also spend arena points for that game, which is happening tomorrow. Okay, so we'll probably do that too. In fact, we will do it. We'll say enter the arena for 1, and there you go. We're going to be in the arena for the Burnley versus Luton game as well. Yeah. They've changed it from 12 hours to 1 day a ticket. Yeah, it used to, I thought it used to be hours, didn't it? I couldn't remember exactly the hours, but the 12 hours you said makes sense, really. Yeah, one day a ticket might be, it's probably a good starting point, right? Maybe they have to up it or like reduce it. But it's kind of cool that everybody basically gets one ticket a day. So if I use up all my tickets here, right, I then have to wait a day until I get another ticket. So basically everyone's kind of, you know, unless you're inviting hundreds and hundreds of people and then you can get hundreds and hundreds of arena tickets, which is a little bit weird. Everyone's pretty much getting the same level of tickets. It might get a little bit silly where someone who's like really high up in the arena is only kind of really high up in the arena because they've played loads more games than everyone else because they have invited more people in. And when you invite them in, you get the you get more tickets, right? So it's something that I get that they want to try and make it so that your users are inviting loads more users in so that the game then just organically grows. But then they've kind of tied it in with, well, if you get more arena tickets, then you can then play technically in more games, right? Which will then give you a better chance to place higher up in the rankings. So it's kind of like they've done a really good job of making sure that you match with people around your reputation. But I also kind of feel like you shouldn't get an advantage from playing the arena just from inviting like so many people. There should be another incentive to invite. So maybe you get Sorare coins, right? Or maybe you get like an additional tactic or an additional boost for like the unranked rivals, based on how many people you've invited. But I think, you know, giving people more tickets and potentially hundreds of tickets to enter the arena, if they just because they're inviting more and more people, I think kind of slightly undermines like the integrity and the credibility of the arena. But we have to see how it goes. But I wouldn't have designed it like that. I would have designed it so that everybody gets a set amount of arena tickets, and then you then kind of know that everyone is playing roughly the same amount of games, right? So then it's very comparable. If someone is first, they've pretty much played the same amount of games as the other person who started at the same time as them. That's kind of how I would have done it differently. Any questions about Arena or Rivals, guys? We've got about 5 or so minutes left. So yeah, I know that this was probably familiar to a lot of you guys already who had access to Rivals before, like when it was a closed beta. For the guys here on the streams where this is the first time you're completely seeing this game mode and you don't really know too much about it, feel free to lay the questions on us right now, and I can help you. Others in the chat can help you. Yeah, look, you can see here you get 5 arena tickets for each invited rival. You get 5 arena tickets for each invited rival. So imagine if you invite 10 people, then you're going to get 50 arena tickets. Can you say again what you win if you beat your rival? If you beat your rival, it's just at the moment, beating your rival is just the bragging rights, I think, right? But then you need to compete in the arena to win the actual mystery boxes, like the reward boxes. But just playing people, I think, in here, in the rivals, unless I got that wrong, when we read the article, and this is the article here. So I'm going to leave the link in the chat for you so that you can all read it. But when we read it earlier, my kind of understanding of it was that you can play the rivals and it's a bit of fun and you're playing it really for the bragging rights, right? So you can see here, look, you go up against them, challenge your friends, blah, 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 blah. And then in the arena is kind of the ultra competitive game mode where you can get the rewards that matter. But you can't get the reward. Well, you could get the reward boxes though, no? Yeah, look. So you can get a reward box, like a mystery box for certain challenge streaks, right? So if you're maybe not winning a lot all the time in arena, but then you just go on a bit of a run, for example, with your in the normal rivals mode, then you can unlock a mystery box if you've achieved X amount of consecutive wins, right? However much that is, we haven't really looked at that in the challenges, right? Are you going to be playing rivals way more than you did before? I've got to be honest, I will. Yeah, I'll give it much more of a proper go this time now that there's some rewards in there. I still don't know whether I'm going to be playing this though. Like, this is the slight dilemma, right? Now that there's rewards in there and there's the mystery boxes in there, I think, yeah, cool. I'm going to give this a bit more of a go, and I'll try and do well in the select matches that I think I can win a mystery box in. I could do well in, good enough that I can win a mystery box, right? But this is still not a game mode for me personally at the moment that is making me think that I want to play this every day. That the gameplay is addictive enough that I can't stop thinking about it, right? That I can't wait to play it. I guess we'll have to see whether that changes for me, right? Because maybe in a week's time, all I'll be talking about is rivals. But like the gameplay itself of just like picking the lineup and just putting the captaincy and then just pressing continue, then rinse and repeat, do the same, pick a lineup, select the captain, select the tactic, enter, like press confirm, done. That's very grindy and that's very repetitive. And that type of process isn't that fun for me. Whereas doing pro, where you're not having to almost do so many, if you want to, you're focusing on fewer games, right? Fewer players, and you're spending more time like digging into the stats, and it's just like a bit more of a longer term, like deeper strategy to it. So I'm kind of enjoying that more. But yeah, now that there's rewards in there, for sure I'm going to be playing it more, and I hope that I can get into it more, because it really didn't grab me in the beta. And it was probably also because there wasn't any rewards in there. So it kind of felt like, well, doing it for nothing. But I'm sure when I start seeing people winning mystery boxes on rivals, the FOMO is going to really start to kick in. I'm going to start to be like, okay, now I really want to start winning and I want to start playing this seriously, right? Because I also want to win like a mystery box or something. So yeah. Which type of games are you going to target? Good question. Good question. I think that I will try to target the games where I either see an upset or I believe that there's a good chance where the whole team can do really well. So like where stats can smash it, but then it's just a case of trying to then pick the right captaincy, right? Because then if everyone thinks that team's going to smash it, then they'll all pick the same team. They'll all pick the same stack. And then you'll have to try and find that differential, right? Like that's why we kind of done Barcelona, because I like that fixture. And if I can just get the captaincy a bit better, then I should be able to beat a lot of my rivals if Barcelona do really well. The Burnley Luton one I like too, because I actually think that Luton have a good chance of winning. And we actually have some limited cards there as well. So probably I'll always be going in for the Luton games, right? When I think they have a good chance of winning, because then I've also got the cards that give me the bonus. But I think it comes down to like what I fancy and what I don't. The one thing that I learned when I was playing Rivals is that you can, because and a lot of you guys will do this too, because it's new, there'll be the temptation and you will do it. So don't worry, everybody does it when they start playing Rivals. You will basically be entering every game. You'll be entering a lineup for every match that you see. You won't be able to get enough of it, right? And you'll be just like entering lineups, rinse and repeat, right? You'll go through them all. And before you know it, you'll have like about 50 or so Rivals lineups for a week, right? Because you'll just go mad for it. But then once, what you might start to realize is that actually less is more, and that you have, even though it's supposed to be a pick up and play, like a casual game mode where you can do it in a few minutes, if you're doing such an enormous amount of matches and lineups per week, then you're actually probably spending a load of time on it, and probably too much time when it's supposed to be a bit more of a casual thing, right? And so what you'll probably end up doing after like a week or a few weeks is you'll start to be a bit more targeted on the games that you want to do. So you might start targeting games of your favorite players or your favorite teams or favorite leagues, right? And then you might start playing, doing lineups for like the games or the teams that you're not so familiar with, because you might actually also want to just discover from selecting the lineups who's the really good scorers here. So you might want to use it as like a scouting tool so that it then points you in the direction of like players that you didn't know about. So also, how does the prize pool work for rivals? That is the question that at the moment nobody has an answer for. That is the question that nobody has an answer for, because even in this article here, they haven't actually explained like what rank do you need to get to be able to win this, right? So they've said that you can win the mystery reward boxes, but they don't tell you like when you can, like what position do you need to get them and how many people will get them. And so that is the big question about, okay, there's prizes to be won in here, but there's no information actually in the game mode at the moment. Maybe there will be once the leaderboards start to populate, right? Maybe we'll start to see in here that, like, say the top 100 are getting something because there's a top 100 tab. So maybe that's what you need to do. But nobody knows. I don't know. It's a question that they need to answer for us, I think. It's a good question, by the way, as well, Pirek. Is there any benefit to playing limited to overcommon in rivals? There is, yeah. So basically, one of the issues with that kind of came up. Okay, we unlock the arena. We get +5 arena tickets. Great. This has come up a little bit too late, isn't it? But fair enough. Cool. We get an additional 5 arena tickets. And now we have 8, which is cool. So yeah, once you get your first win, guys, you can enter the arena. And it's then going to give you an additional 5 tickets, which is what we just got there, so that you can then start to play. But one of the issues that came up, Anatha Marsden, is that when you're playing rivals, you can, like, if I have a common team, I can play somebody who has a super rare team, or I can play somebody who has like a rare team, right? So I'm going up against everyone, and those scarcities have different bonuses, right? So if I have a common and I go up against a limited, then I get no additional bonus, but then the limiteds get an additional 20%. And I think the rares get an additional 25%. So you're always going to have a disadvantage when you're playing the normal rivals mode, not necessarily the ranked, but the normal rivals mode. You're going to have a disadvantage. I think it applies in ranked as well, though, no, right? That like in ranked, I think it does apply in ranked as well, which is kind of what makes it a little bit bizarre. Is that in ranked, for example, let's use this here, right? In ranked, I've entered the arena with this Luton Town team, right? And these are my limited cards. So if I go up against somebody for this game, like in the same game, who's also at the same rank as me, which they will be, because most people will be at Apprentice 100, and they have only a common Luton Town team, or they have like common cards, they don't have any limited cards, then they're probably going to struggle to beat me because they don't get a bonus, whereas I do. So, yeah, it is applied in the ranked, isn't it? Yeah. And I think this was the biggest negative feedback that came from it, is that you are being ranked and you are playing people around the same level as you. But if you don't have the scarcity card, then it doesn't really matter that you're around the same rank as them, because then you're at a disadvantage because you don't have like those like scarcity cards, right? And some people have been kind of saying that maybe that like the higher rarity should all have the same bonus, or maybe you should only be able to play limited in here, and you shouldn't be able to play rare and super rare and whatnot. And I get the arguments, but also at the same time, Sorare are probably thinking, well, we want you to see that if you go up against a rare and you only have a common, then you're probably going to want to then have a rare and invest in rares, right? Or if you have a limited, but you end up losing against another opponent who had a rare team as you, so maybe the exact same team, but they had a rare team, so they beat you on the 5%, you're probably going to be thinking to yourself, oh, that's really shit. I'm really annoyed. I hate it that I've kind of just lost, but maybe I need to get a high level card. So they're always doing it to incentivize spend in the game. But at the same time, if you want to have like a true ranked mode, then everyone needs to be almost competing at the same rank with also the same level of cards. So maybe you shouldn't be paired up against somebody that has limited cards and you don't have limited cards, right? Because then it would be a true ranked leaderboard. So yeah, it's something that maybe it could work in your favor every now and then, but it's also going to be a bit tricky. Do you think there could be a good value in buying cheap stacks of teams who won't be played a lot in Rivals? Probably, yeah. Probably looking like the real underdog teams, which people just think, oh, like I don't want to pick them. Like Luton Town, for example, like a Burnley. Like probably no one's really going to be picking those types of players in Rivals. So the one game week where they do deliver well is going to like massively shoot up the rankings. But I don't think anybody should really be, and I'll be honest here, I don't think anybody should really be thinking about buying stacks for Rivals, right? I don't think you should be. The reason not is because this is only just being released today. This is unfinished. It's a work in progress. So things could change with it drastically. So you could invest in a stack and then Sorare, because it's a beta, Sorare could just turn around and change something monumentally that would then completely like put your stack in the bin, right? They could do anything because there's still so many things that are apparently going to change with this. So I think you should just be buying and focusing on buying players for pro. And then if they can be used properly in Rivals, then great. But I don't think at the moment it's too early on for people to be thinking, right, Rivals is available. What teams do I want to go and buy for Rivals, or what players specifically do I want to go and buy for Rivals? Because this game mode will probably change a lot. And just be very cautious with something that's really new. Take your time first. See how all the changes pan out, because Sorare honestly will make a lot of changes to this game mode. And then maybe in 2 months or 3 months' time, when they fully release it, it will then be the more final version that everyone will then know it's not changing that much anymore. And then maybe we could start talking about buying teams specifically for Rivals, but I think it's too soon at the moment. Yeah. All right, guys. I need to end the stream because we have another stream later on tonight, and I need to basically squeeze in contacting the people that have won in this massive giveaway that I've done, where we're giving away nearly 40 cards, right? I need to send them out. I need to contact the people that won today. I also need to then squeeze in some time to eat some food and to cook some food. And then I will be back in about 2 or so hours, right? So there's a lot for me to do. So we need to call it, we need to say that it's the end of the stream for now, but I will, of course, be back a little bit later on tonight. I hope you guys really enjoyed today. I did. We covered so much today, and it was really good to actually talk about Rivals and explore Rivals together live on the stream. And yeah, I'm definitely feeling more optimistic about Rivals as well now, guys. So yeah, hopefully we can talk more positively about it. And yeah, hopefully we can win rewards on it as well, which would be great. So thank you so much, guys. Go do what you need to do. And then, yeah, I'll be back at 8 p.m. UK time tonight. So do tune in if you can. It'll be a good vibe, good laughs. We can have good talks again. And then I'll be back again tomorrow for Sorare at 12 p.m. UK time. Thanks so much for all the follows. Thanks so much for all the subs, as per usual. And I'll catch you on the next one. Thanks so much, guys.